Good evening. I'm calling the meeting of April 25th, 2007, Los Gatos Planning Commission to order. Welcome. I'm Joanne Talasfore, and as chair of the Planning Commission, I and my fellow commissioners welcome you here tonight. We also welcome you because tonight is the first evening that our meeting will be televised. We hope that these televised meetings will assist and educate the community in this process. As you know or may not know, the Planning Commission is composed of citizens appointed by the Town Council. We review planning and development issues, and we make decisions and recommendations to the Town Council regarding land use, including commercial and residential. As we hear discussion this evening, we will consider each proposal and how it supports and enhances the high quality of life we enjoy here in Los Gatos. All of our actions are guided by a general plan, which is the official land use policy for our town. And with that, I'd like to ask Commissioner O'Donnell to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Staff, would you please conduct roll?
Commissioner Michichi.
Here.
Commissioner Bourgeois.
Here.
Commissioner Rice.
Here.
Commissioner Sayoc.
Here.
Commissioner O'Donnell. Here. Commissioner Kane.
Here.
Chair Talasfore.
Here. Anyone who would like to speak tonight during this meeting must fill out a speaker card, and you'll find them on the backs of the seats in front of you. This allows us to create a record of who spoke. When you do fill this card out, please bring it over to the staff member to my extreme left. And if you would like to address the Commission on any issue that is not on the agenda tonight, please know that state law prevents us from taking any action or discussion upon your topic. You will have up to 3 minutes to talk. And if you would like to speak during a public hearing, you also must fill out a speaker card and take it up to the staff member. And you also will have up to 3 minutes to speak, and I will let you know when that happens. Thank you. One other order of business is that if you have a cell phone tonight, would you please silence it in a manner that is amenable to you. We are now looking at minutes. Commissioners, so would you please bring out the minutes of April 11th? I will need either a motion, and before we do that, do we have any changes, deletions, corrections, additions? And I do have a speaker card on that from Citizen Ray.
Yes, indeed. Nice to see some of you, not all of you. Okay. And isn't it wonderful that tonight we have the inaugural TVing of the public process of the Planning Commission. At long last, the community will have a chance to view from their homes what is happening tonight. Okay? And fantastic. In honor of that, I had to, of course, get in uniform. Brand new hat, spiffy shirt, ready to go. Okay? Just like our chairwoman here. She looks so darn sharp. Terrific. The issue at hand. I spoke last time about my concern about the negative aspect of the DeSantis project on this community, okay? And there's not one word in here about what I said other than I spoke on the project. It doesn't say up or down or around or whatever. And the same thing with the performance of Mr. Kane when he supported the Three Flames restaurant issue, okay? And my message to the Planning Commission was shame on the town council for supporting DeSantis to date, except for Ms. Spector. And I have the same message for Kane, Commissioner Kane. He threw the neighborhood and the citizens of Los Gatos to the wolves by voting to support this monstrous abomination at the site of the Flames restaurant. Shame on you. That is what I said, basically, in so many words. So I want the minutes, if you don't mind, to be honest, no more of this deceit, and to be truthful. Need we have anything better than that in our public process?
Citizen Ray, what exactly would you like added to the minutes?
My concerns about the town council's action to date on this end. Negative concern, and the same for Mr. King. Sold out community in favor of the dollar bill. Where's that?
Okay. In doing that, shall we wait then to approve these at the next meeting, or can we approve the majority and have that come back to us?
Well, I believe Mr. Davis's comments will be reflected in the meetings for this meeting. The item before you is the minutes for April 11th, the
Right.
previous meeting. So they wouldn't be reflected in the April 11th meeting. They'll be reflected in tonight's minutes.
Okay, fine. So that'll be all right for you. Your comments about the April 11th meeting about the DeSantis project will be reflected in our next set of minutes for our next meeting. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Okay, so with that, could I please have a motion?
Move to approve the minutes
Okay,
of April
Commissioner
11th.
Schwab. Do I have a second? And Commissioner Machici seconds. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Unanimous approval. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I'm recusing myself since I wasn't here, so I'm not,
Oh, okay. I did.
not be unanimous.
Thank you. It was six in favor and one recused. Thank you very much. Commissioner Rice is recused. We'll move on now to written communications, which are none, and requested continuances, which would be item 6, and that's 20 South Santa Cruz Avenue, Suite 200, CUP application U-07-142, requesting approval to modify an existing conditional use permit to allow service of beer and wine, Main Street Burger, on property zoned C2, APN is 510-45-075. And the request is to continue to May 9th, 2007. I will need a motion to continue.
So moved.
Okay, Commissioner Kane moves. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second with Commissioner Rice. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? None. Carries unanimously. Thank you. Let's move on now to our subcommittee reports. Subcommittees are additional committees that the planning commissioners serve on while they're serving on their planning commission. And so do we have any subcommittees reports?
We're going to wait until the next meeting. We're waiting for the minutes from Sandy on it.
Okay. All right. So we'll do that. Now is the time for verbal communications from the audience. And you will have up to 3 minutes to speak. And my first speaker card is Citizen Ray.
Yes. How nice to see you again. And also, hello to our council members who I'm sure are watching tonight. But I want to go on record to say I have nothing to say to Mrs. McNutt, who lied to her constituents on the issue of the DeSantis matter and the monster home. Nothing to say to Mrs. McNutt, and nothing to say to you, Mr. Slickman Glickman, the pimp for the development industry in this community. As far as my comments to the Planning Commission, first comment is to Mr. Rice, who moved to approve the Flames Restaurant matter. Shame on you, Mr. Rice. Shame on you. The general plan, in 4 or 5 citations, gave plenty of evidence for the support from you folks on the Planning Commission for the neighborhood, for the neighbors who are potentially grossly affected in a negative fashion, okay? You, Mr. Rice, threw away your charge. You seem to have an allegiance to the Chamber of Commerce or to the dollar bill or to greed and evil, however you want to phrase it, okay? So I would hope to see your resignation, or if not a resignation, change your ways and start supporting we the people in the process, okay? Lastly, I just had a wonderful epiphany this past week, okay? Our gorgeous mountain here has no name. I don't know whether you folks realize that or not. No name. I call it No Name Mountain. Nobody seems to care. But I think underneath people do care. And I am proposing a name for it. La Montaña de Casa de las Gatas. In English, Cat House Mountain. Because everything on that mountain appears to be for sale. And the name reflects what goes on down here in our local government. Everything appears to be for sale. It emanates from this planning department and the staff members that act as insider real estate agents, okay?
Thank you, Mr. Davis.
And I'll be back.
I'm sure you will. We'll look forward to it. Okay, we have one item on the consent calendar that will need a motion. Is there anyone from the audience wishing to speak on that? I don't see anyone from the commission wishing to speak on that. The subject is 815 Paula Road. It's a conditional use permit application and architecture and site application for the master plan for the Las Gatas Community Hospital, asking for a time extension for both of those applications. Commissioner Kane.
Madam Chair, I need to recuse myself on this question. I serve on the hospital's board of directors, the governing board. It's a position that is compensated, so I have a material interest.
Okay, thank you. And with that, I'll look for a motion. Commissioner Bourgeois?
I'll move to approve the consent calendar.
Okay, and I need a second.
I second the motion.
Okay, Commissioner Sayoc seconds the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
And opposed? None. Okay, carries 6 to, with 1 recused. Thank you. Okay, let's move on. We do have a lengthy meeting tonight, and I will try, and my fellow commissioners will try our best to complete all of the items, but we do have a 11:30 limit to our time. When it is about 10 o'clock, though, I'll see how we're going with the applications we're hearing. And at that time, I will advise anybody that if they'd like to come back, they can. We'll see where we are with the agenda, if it's in jeopardy or not, and then that will take a motion. So I just would like to warn you of that now. Okay, thank you. So moving on to a continued public hearings, we have 21 North Santa Cruz Avenue. Mr. Suda, will you give the report on that?
Certainly. This application is for 21 North Santa Cruz Avenue. This is conditional use permit application U-07-22. This is for Andale Restaurant. They are requesting approval to modify a conditional use permit to allow the service of full liquor on property zoned C2-LHP. This is a site that's located in the downtown commercial district and is located in a historic overlay zone. This issue is before the commission tonight as the applicant is requesting a modification to their alcohol sales and to their hours of operation. Under the town's requirements, changes to alcohol sales or alcohol operations require a public hearing before both the Planning Commission and the Town Council, and therefore tonight the Planning Commission is making a recommendation for final action to the Town Council. By way of background, this application was continued from your meeting of April 5th, 2007. It was continued due to the lateness of the hour and the length of that agenda. The conditional use permit for this restaurant was originally approved in 1991. The approved hours of operation are 11 to 9 p.m. The CUP, or conditional use permit, also allows for a total of 46 seats in both indoor and outdoor seating combined. That's 46 for both indoor and outdoor. They are approved for beer and wine service and are approved for live entertainment as long as that entertainment is unamplified. Currently, they offer entertainment once a year during on Cinco de Mayo. The applicant is requesting to modify the conditional use permit to allow full alcohol service in addition to the existing beer and wine. Requests for modifications to alcohol service are guided and governed by the town's alcohol policy. Among the requirements of that policy or stipulations of that policy is that alcohol beverages should not be allowed after 11 p.m. Sunday through Thursday and after 1 p.m. on the weekends. Alcohol service in approved outdoor seating areas may be permitted if there is separation from public areas. Alcohol may only be served with meals. The police department has reviewed this request and does not have concerns with the proposal and has not received complaints regarding the operation. The applicant is also requesting an amendment to change the closing time of the restaurant from 9 p.m. to 10 p.m. Also before you tonight is a desk item that provides information on the definitions of restaurants and examples of high turnover sit-down restaurants and quality restaurants. This was information that was requested by Chair Townsford, and I can answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Suda. Before I bring the applicant up, and by the way, who is representing the Andale properties? Do we know?
I do not know.
Okay. All right. Did you fill out a speaker card? Yes. I see it. Okay. Thank you very much. In that case, Mr. Bourgeois, do you have a question of staff?
Yes, please. Just to clarify, Mr. Suda, this owner also owns the restaurant at 6 North Santa Cruz on the way, but this application is just for 21 North Santa Cruz.
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions of staff at this time? No. Seeing none, then I will call Mr. Ignacio Flores. Welcome, Mr. Flores, and this is the opening of the public hearing on this item. You will have up to 5 minutes to make a presentation, and after your presentation, if it's 5 minutes, that's fine. Whenever it's finished, would you please wait at the podium? And please adjust your mic and so that we know that.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, everyone. My name is Ignacio Flores. I am the executive chef and co-owner of Andale Mexican Restaurants, located in 21 North Santa Cruz Avenue in Los Gatos. I am here to request an approval to modify the conditional use permit to serve margaritas. At present time, Andale is serving beer and wine only. The reason of Andale's request is due to a 30% decrease in sales since the opening of Santana Row. Andale has been doing business in the town of Los Gatos since 1988. Andale has complied with the town requirements. Andale has been a big supporter to the local schools as well as the local events. To mention one of them, Andale has been a major sponsor of Music on the Park since 1996. Andale supports the high school marching band as well as the high school football team, Los Gatos Cat Hill Race, and many other fundraisers. We will highly appreciate if the town council will consider Andale's request. Thank you very much for your time.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Flores. Would you please stay there? And do we have any questions of Mr. Flores? Yes, Mr. Bourgeois.
Thank you for your presentation, and I'm very familiar with your two restaurants on Santa Cruz. What's before us is asking for a recommendation to council on full alcohol service. But in your statement, it sounds like your intention is only to add margaritas to your drink mix. Is that correct? Is that your intention?
Yes. Well, margaritas and there's other tropical drinks that we sort of specialize on. Like we have other bars that we have been operating, or we do have, for instance, International Airport. We have a full bar in there. We also have a full bar in Palo Alto. We have a full bar in Chestnut Street in the Marina.
So if I may clarify,
to answer your question, our goal is not going to be like the bar, the style drinking, going crazy. That's and we're not going to have like a huge line of drinks. I would say our focus is more on the margaritas, mojitos, and what else? Martini flavors.
thank you.
Yes, Commissioner
Can I
Bourgeois, do
follow
you
up
have another
with-
question?
Yeah,
Yes.
it's a different line, but I want to make sure I have a correct impression of the two restaurants across the street from each other. Now, when I go to Andale and I want to sit down to eat, I go to 21. If I want to pick something up and take it out, I usually go to 6. Is that typical? I mean, when I'm there, that's what I typically see. I see one as more of a destination sit down and one more as a quick service takeout. Is that a correct impression?
That's correct. Except we do an exception, like if you prefer to order from 21 to go, we can do that. No alcohol is allowed to go, period.
Commissioner Sayoc.
Thank you for your comments. I, too, am familiar with your restaurant, and we are very happy with it. I do have 2 questions for you tonight. The first, with regards to process of your alcohol sales, do you plan to, is there a set menu of these drinks, the mojitos, the sangrias, or is it something that people can request like a typical bar, depending on what they prefer?
We will have a menu designed pretty well that'll go well with the food, and customers will be able to see that.
And then my second question regarding your conditional use permit on live entertainment. Right now, as I understand it, you have one event for Cinco de Mayo. Do you anticipate adding on to that?
Well, I was anticipating for the time that we've been processing this, but if it doesn't happen, we're not going to go.
The reason why I ask, and we can discuss it further, is right now the conditional use permit is very open, saying that you can have entertainment, live entertainment, as long as it's not amplified. And so if I were to propose that be limited in some fashion, to perhaps a number of days or weekends. That's the line of thinking I'm thinking. Would you have any objections to that, and can you help me in terms of how I can limit that?
One thing, if it'd be nice if we can get permission to continue a little more of the series, like different styles of Latin music and stuff, small groups, trio, or however. That would be great if we can get a permission for that, to do it more occasionally. But for now, we just have the Cinco de Mayo planned.
Thank you.
Do I have another commissioner? Commissioner Michichi.
I have as far as, when people order beer or wine, do you give it, people come up to the counter to order, if I recall, right?
Correct.
They order wine and beer from the counter?
Right now, yes, we serve, if you request for beer or wine, we serve it to you at the counter.
Right, so someone doesn't bring it to the table.
Correct.
Right. How do you police the fact that there may be somebody under 21 that, if somebody over 21 orders and brings it to a table outside, how do you police that right now?
We have our personnel trained to for all those responsibilities. The way they do is, if one person comes in and looks pretty young and order 2 beers, they have to ask for the ID to this person, and so is for the other. In some cases, you make that person to go call the other and bring it over.
So you ask them to...
Yes, it's a requirement, actually.
Okay. And you'll be serving the margaritas and mojitos and other drinks the same way? They won't be going to the table?
In my plans is to put somebody to a cocktail waitress, for instance.
Oh, you will have, okay.
Yes, that's something that will be a little more service for everyone.
Thank you.
Commissioner Kane.
First, a question to staff, please.
Yes.
Mr. Suda, the alcohol beverage policy on page 2, item 8, says alcoholic beverage service in approved outdoor seating areas may be permitted if adequate separation from public areas is provided as determined by the town manager. The separation shall clearly suggest that alcohol is not allowed outside the restaurant seating area. In the rear of Andale, there is a really pleasant patio seating area with a gateway that goes to the parking lot, which is adjacent to the school. How does point number 8 apply to the access and egress through that back fence?
Well, the first part of the policy is to have a clear delineation on where that outdoor dining area is and where the alcohol can be served. I think the wall enclosure and the gate serve that purpose. Now, the approval for the existing restaurant predates the current alcohol policy. So would the police chief or the town manager have stipulated that a sign be placed at the gate or on the wall? Had this restaurant come after the alcohol policy, that's probably true. But at this point, the current restaurant predates the town's alcohol policy, so that requirement was not in place when it was approved originally.
But now the full liquor service is coming before us, I would think that's applicable.
It is applicable, and if you wanted a sign or something to that effect stating that no alcohol should not be permitted beyond this point, you could add that as a condition of approval.
Thank you. Mr. Flores, my concern is the facility to get in and out of the back gate and get into the cozy, comfortable patio area dark at night. And there's a parking lot behind the establishment where young people congregate, and there's a school behind the establishment. My question is, do you think something should be provided in the way of signs or restrictions or access and egress through that gate, because the gate is not monitored. In fact, the back patio is not supervised at all. I've been to your establishment many times. My children have been to your establishment many times. And in particular, over the past week, I've been there twice for prolonged periods just to stand and watch and learn. And the back patio, to me, seems to be wide open. There's no supervision, there's no... You understand what I'm saying? Is there something we can...
Yes, I do. Now, we have the knowledge of managing this type of situations. We've been in the business. And the training we give to our personnel, now, the only thing I can see this happen is if somebody, adult, goes in and buys it, a beer, I would think that would be the easy thing to carry out. And we've been serving beer since we opened almost at that location. That's the only way I can see that happening because the managers, and also we're going to retrain our personnel as we're going to add this to it. Because things are going to change a little bit. There's more things that we have to teach our personnel so we can move on.
Thank you.
Commissioner O'Donnell.
I'm going to ask you a couple of questions, and I'd like to get a rather precise answer, because once we close this, the commissioners will probably be making motions, and they may be imposing conditions. And I really want to know where you are on some of the potential conditions. So you were asked about music, and I found your answer somewhat vague. I guess the real question is, and nobody's complained about the music you now have, of course you only have it once a year, but it's from one of the commissioners has suggested we might want to limit the number of days. Do you have a preference if we were to say, for example, you could have music on weekends, but not during the week? How would that affect you?
Well, we probably don't even want to have, music every weekend, or it'll be probably more like doing celebrations. Talking to somebody in town, we were talking the idea of bringing these people back into town. So it's just make it a little more inviting.
Well, I'm trying to help you, too, because
Okay.
It sounds like a good idea. But if we impose a condition and you're sitting there and you don't like the condition, you'll have missed a chance to comment on it. We have said in the past to some people, you can have entertainment 10 days a year. Some people we've said you can have entertainment on the weekend. I'm asking you, you're telling me once or twice, but you may not really mean that.
Okay, let's say we have that twice a week.
Twice a week.
Yes. Because entertainment can be expensive too, So, but the idea is to make it, once again, inviting.
All right, so that's one. The second question I have for you, you were asked if you have full alcohol, will you have it served? And I understood your answer to be that if you have full alcohol, it will be served. All right, I don't know whether that's just the hard alcohol or whether now it's become the beer and wine. What is your answer? If you have full alcohol, will I be able to go up to the bar, or not the bar, there's no bar, go up to the counter and say, I want a martini, and then I wait till somebody gives it to me and I walk back with it?
No. It'll be a cocktail waitress going on the tables, offering if you want another drink. Then she will go back, place the order, and bring it back to you.
So if we were to limit you such that hard alcohol can only be served by a waiter or a waitress, would that be what you want?
The reason we want to do this involves like glasses, different sizes, and we want to avoid our clientele to be carrying with this.
So, but the answer is yes?
Is yes.
Okay, that's all I wanted to know. Thank you very much.
Okay, Commissioners, I see some more questions. Commissioner Rice.
Just a very simple question. Since you've had the beer and wine, have you ever been cited by Alcoholic Beverage Control or the town police department for serving to underage?
We haven't been, no.
Thank you.
Commissioner Sayoc.
Mr. Flores, I do want to make it clear that the reason that we are asking these questions on your conditional use permit is to be helpful. What I don't want personally is to limit it so that you don't have a chance to do the things you'd like to do. But at the same time, make it tight enough so that everyone in town understands what exactly we have approved, because I personally would not want to just have an open-ended approval. So there are two things I still need clarification on. You mentioned the cocktail waitress. This is a new thing because I've never been to your restaurant and been served. So would this waiter or waitress be serving just alcohol, or would it also be for food that patrons may also want?
That's correct. This person will be serving alcohol only.
Then my follow-up question is, have you reviewed the alcohol policy? Because it does clearly state there that alcohol must be bought when food is bought. People cannot technically go in just for drinks.
That's correct. Okay, yeah, see, that's a tricky question right there because, well, the cocktail waitress basically came up at last minute. The idea is to serve it, that was the idea, to serve it as we do it right now. If it's going to implicate more problems or somewhere in there, we just continue as we are doing it right now.
Okay. I have some questions too, but maybe you'll ask them. Okay, Commissioner Sayoc, did you have a follow-up, and then Commissioner O'Donnell, or were you finished, Commissioner Sayoc?
Actually, I do have one more point on that, and then if you do have a question on alcohol, I can defer my live entertainment question.
I do.
Okay.
Okay, so we'll
I think
have a follow-up.
I'd like to direct this question to staff because, but it relates to the question being raised, and that's why I'd like to follow up.
Okay, Commissioner Sayoc, were you finished with your follow-up?
She can
Thank
go
you.
ahead.
All right.
As I understood the question from the commissioner, well, as I understood it, it could go either way. And I just want to make it clear, and so I guess I'm asking staff, and that might include the town attorney. My understanding is that this license is given to a restaurant, the idea being that the alcohol is being served with food, but it doesn't mean literally that when you order a drink, you can only get a drink when you have food in front of you. So I guess what I'm getting back to here is it is possible that one could have a waiter or a waitress serve drinks and not serve food and still be consistent with the town policy. That is my question.
And your explanation is correct. The requirement of the policy is that you can't go into a restaurant and just order drinks. You must be ordering drinks with a meal. Now, if you order the meal, can you have more than one drink? Yes. But you cannot go in just to have beer or margaritas or tequila, whatever.
That, unfortunately, is not quite my understanding. We have restaurants in town, and I think legally operating, that have a bar. And the reason they have the bar is because they have the same permission because they serve food. You cannot chain someone at the bar to make sure they don't leave the bar until they've eaten a meal. The intention is good, but I'm just saying it makes an impossible burden on a restaurant owner. Clearly, if you go into Andale, it's not a bar. It's not going to be a bar. It will serve liquor. One would think that most people will go in and have food and maybe have a drink with it. All I'm saying is the way we keep saying it, it's like you couldn't order a drink unless you either ordered dinner or promised to order dinner, and neither of those is correct. You walk in, you order a drink. If you change your mind, you want to go home, babysitter's sick, nobody can say you can't leave, you didn't have dinner. So the restaurant is having liquor because they serve food, but we cannot compel each patron to sign up for the program. Is that correct?
Yes, I have to say, based on the description that you're giving, you are correct. It is possible that somebody could walk in, order food. The food has not been served to them yet, order a drink separately, have their drink, and get up and leave. I mean, that's certainly possible. It would be an enforcement issue more than anything else. But the intent is that food service is to, alcohol service is to accompany food service, and it is not to operate as a bar type of operation. So yes, it's possible that somebody could sneak through or a few people could sneak through, but that's not the intent of the policy or the intent of an approval if granted by the commission, and there is a condition that does require that alcohol service be with food, and we would monitor that.
One last thing, as you said, they ordered food and they changed their mind. I guess what I'm saying is the fact of the matter is, while you're waiting to be seated for your dining, as is the case in some restaurants, you can order a drink. You haven't ordered food, right?
Yeah, it's possible, yes.
Okay, so it seems crystal clear to me, but we keep dancing around that issue. But I think that is the fact.
Commissioner Kane.
I'm uncomfortable with where I think this is going. Excuse me, Mr. Flores, but to the town attorney, it says alcoholic beverages may only be served with meals. Now, I've been involved in a number of the alcohol applications, the recommendation to council, and in every instance, we talk to the restaurant owners about serving food, and we even define food, that it's not chips, it's not hors d'oeuvres, that a meal must be served with the alcohol. And I specifically remember when we talked to Los Gatos Coffee Roasting, we even wanted to know how the flow of traffic was going to go, that they would get a glass of wine and then go to the next counter and order the meal. You cannot come in and sit down and have a drink and leave.
I understand what you're saying. The factual scenario that your fellow commissioner has described is one that is possible. It is possible that somebody could walk in, sit down, intending on ordering a meal, perhaps with somebody else who's gone to, look at Ondelay's configuration, gone to the counter to order a meal, and sits down, and the waitress comes around and says, would you like to order a drink? And they order a drink, and they may never ultimately end up eating something. It's possible that could happen. That's not the way the restaurant is supposed to operate. It is intended that it doesn't operate as a bar, and if that was the regular way in which people were obtaining alcohol service without food service at the restaurant, then we would, from a code enforcement standpoint, have a problem with that, and we would check it. But that's currently the configuration. Remember, they have a beer and wine license now, so somebody could do that right now. But has it occurred on a regular basis and been a problem? Apparently not.
So I have a question, a follow-up question. Another scenario to this is I go in and I order food to go, and while I'm waiting because it's crowded or something, I decide to have a margarita, a tequila margarita. Am I allowed to do that?
I don't believe you would be allowed to do that.
That's the right answer.
Well, it's the right answer, but it's also going to require more monitoring.
That's part of it.
Because sometimes what I have, I do come to your restaurant. I think we all do. And I will order, and sometimes if it's going to be a little long wait, maybe I ordered a Coke and sat down at a table and waited. So it's just, these are a lot of scenarios that I'm wondering if you've thought them all through. I'm feeling like I'm not getting a positive on this.
No. This is part of the training for our staff. We're gonna go through the retrain with videos and whatever we have to apply this. We have like I said, we have a full bar in Palo Alto. It's a university town, and SFO. We are supervised by the airport and also the ABC, and we have done it. We owned a Ixtapa bar in San Jose.
Okay, thank you. Do I have any other questions at this time from the commission? Commissioner Machici.
I'm kind of sorry I brought this issue up. People, you're not going to change the way people order now. They're going to come up to your counter, they're going to order the food, and they're going to order the drinks. My concern was, and I thought you answered it, as long as somebody is going to bring the drinks to them and know who they're giving the drinks to, that was my concern. It wasn't somebody coming in to order just a drink, okay? Because typically they come up there and order the drinks and food at the same time. So to satisfy the situation, you're not going to allow people to come up and just order a drink without ordering food. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Sayoc.
The last question that I did have with regards to live entertainment, with the chairwoman's permission, I would like for you to think through what would be optimal for you in terms of what you're anticipating for live entertainment, and perhaps you can work with staff on something that. But I do want you to think about it and try and be as specific as possible.
Well, that's great. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Flores, I'm going to have you sit down for right now, and I'm going to call up the public. I do have 2 speaker cards on this, and then we'll call you back up, okay? So you can be ready for that.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. I have a card from Mr. Dale Chambers. You will have 3 minutes, and could you adjust the mic?
Yes, hello. Yes, my name is Dale Chambers. I have been a town resident for over 37 years. I live at 32 Mariposa Avenue in Los Gatos. First of all, I've had an opportunity not only tonight but the previous 2 weeks to sit here and listen to all of you, and I want to commend each and every one of you for as much thought that you put into all the issues that are in front of you. And I just want to just say thank you for keeping Los Gatos like I remember it, and I hope it will be in the future. I am here tonight to speak on behalf of my friend Ignacio Flores, who I've known for 20 years and respect not only for the food that he puts out, but for his integrity and his other partners. I kind of felt that there was maybe English is not Ignacio's first language, and so expressing himself sometimes he does a very good job, but I could see where there were some issues. But I want to assure you that he's had the license here in Los Gatos for as long as I can remember, and there's never been any issues. And I also want to say that both places, one place in San Francisco and in Palo Alto, there's been no problems. They do train their people. They're very, very supportive. As a matter of fact, Ignacio is one of the gentlemen that makes the employees come to work, enjoy what they're doing, and police the problems that could be attributed to alcohol. And I just want to say tonight's my birthday, and hopefully in a couple of weeks I can have a margarita and a nice torta at Andale. Thank you.
Oh, excuse me, just a minute. Do we have any questions for Mr. Chambers? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Chambers.
I just want to say
and happy birthday.
That's not a question.
Happy birthday. Thank you for correcting me, Mr. King. Okay, Tony Jeans.
Tony Jeans, 170 Station Street, Los Gatos. I didn't come here specifically for this item, but I'd like to talk a little bit about it. I probably use Andales more often than I should. I've probably been in there 2 or 3 times in the last week or so. I normally go in at lunchtime. I occasionally go in the evening. When I go in at lunchtime, it's just to get in fairly quickly, not have alcohol, and get back to work. When I come in the evenings, I linger a little longer. It would be really nice to have a margarita rather than having to go to left at Albuquerque or somewhere like that, where I might choose to be able to have a margarita and still enjoy good food. So I think it's something that if you were to approve this and the town council were to go along with that, then I think it would be a plus for the town. I like the idea of a separate person, a waitress who is better trained at alcohol serving, being the person who distributes alcohol rather than just making that a generally available selection at the bar. I think it's a very good idea that that person go out to the table. They can also police the table, see if they're getting a little bit rowdy, and see if that should be cut off. I think it's a very, very good idea, and I think it's something that would be positive for Andales and for the town. Thank you.
Question? Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thank you. Okay, I have another speaker card, and I hope yes, Daniel Kaler. Is that correct? Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity to address the council here. Andale is, first of all, I have been Andale's attorney since day one. And I am happy to say that I have never had a problem from my clients with regard to alcohol or anything like that. This is simply one of the finest run operations that you can find. Year after year, they receive awards as best in the community. They are a quality outfit. As I was listening to Ignacio, I was thinking, if Ignacio would love to have music every day. However, that's not going to happen. There is not going to be the space. It's a restaurant. So that there are going to be occasional events, nothing more than that. If it were something that would on weekends bring in some business, I mean, that might be something that they might try in the future, but there are no plans to dramatically change the facility. All I want to do is provide the sort of drinks that people like to eat when they're eating Mexican food. I think what we have to keep in mind is that this is truly a quality company. It is one that has served the community well and has not been a problem. And so I would request that the council take that into consideration and give them the maximum amount of flexibility as is possible, because I think they've earned it from their performance in this community. Thanks.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Just wanted to remark that although our motion tonight will be a recommendation to the town council, this is the Planning Commission, not the council that you are addressing, and I just wanted to clear that up. Thank you very much. Okay, with that, I'd like to bring up Mr. Flores again. Commissioners, if you have additional questions, or you'll have the chance and opportunity to talk with Mr. Flores afterwards. But Mr. Flores, if you have some additional comments, we'd entertain them.
Well, I just want to thank everyone for giving me the opportunity to be here and do my speech. I don't do many of these. That's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Commissioners, do you have any additional questions? Seeing none, thank you. I'm going to ask you to sit down and turn this over to the commission for discussion, a motion, questions of staff. And I'm closing the public hearing on this. Thank you. Commissioner Bourgeois?
I have a question of staff,
Yes.
probably for the town attorney. You've heard us talk about a lot of potential conditions that we may impose. One in particular I'd like to see if we're able to do, because the recommendation is for a full liquor license, but would it be possible to condition our CUP to serve just certain drinks? Is that possible?
I really don't think it's possible. I think it's going to be very difficult to enforce, to define and to enforce.
And can I follow up with a question on that? Is that because the CUP for full alcohol runs with the land, correct? So that...
Well, you are correct that the...
Could you explain that, please?
You are correct that the CUP runs with the land, meaning that it applies to the property, not to the individual operator. And
right.
This operator could be replaced by another one who could operate under the same CUP if they can meet the conditions. That's not the basis of my answer, however, but the basis of my answer was that defining particular types of drinks and enforcing those particular requirements are probably beyond our ability as a code enforcement operation.
And I really wanted you just to extend that explanation so that we could make it understood.
Sure, thank
out
you.
here. Thank you. Okay, Commissioner O'Donnell.
I'd like to make a motion.
All right, let's hear it.
I'd like to make a motion that we recommend to the town council the granting of the conditional use permit The findings are as set forth on Exhibit A, that the use would be desirable to public convenience or welfare, would not impair the integrity or character of the zone, would not be detrimental to public health, safety, or general welfare, and the proposed use would be in harmony with the general plan and the purpose of the town code. The work proposed is consistent with the redevelopment plan for the central Los Gatos redevelopment project area, and it is exempt under the state environmental guidelines, section 15301. I would like to impose a couple of additional conditions to those that are already attached, and that would be that they presently serve beer and alcohol, but to the extent they are going to serve what I consider to be hard alcohol, that they do it as suggested by the applicant, that is, by a waiter or a waitress. In other words, that those kinds of drinks would not be picked up at the counter. So that would be a condition. The second condition would be on the frequency of the use of music. The applicant has said a couple times of essentially weekend, which I take to be Friday and Saturday night, which I would, again, make that as a condition to the use permit, but so as not to be more stringent than we need be, he already has the ability to celebrate Cinco de Mayo, so I would certainly include that. Then I would think we ought to give him some flexibility, maybe 3 or 4 other evenings when there is a holiday, something that people would be off and it would be consistent with such a celebration. And in the past, we have limited to a number of days that kind of thing. So here I'm suggesting Friday and Saturday would be okay, Cinco de Mayo would be okay, and then they'd have to select, but let's say 5 additional nights a year. So that would be the motion.
Okay, do I have a second
I'll
on
second that, and if the maker of the motion would,
Commissioner Bourgeois
Thank you.
seconds it.
if the maker of the motion would consider one additional condition, and that would be to add the sign at the rear exit that no alcohol beyond this point.
That would be fine.
Okay, do I have any discussion on this? Commissioner Kane.
The aspect of live entertainment to the town staff, Mr. Suda, isn't it the case that this is being grandfathered sort of under the existing permit that the establishment has? He has a blank check on entertainment right now. He chooses to do only Cinco de Mayo.
And he has proposed to modify the conditional use permit, which opens up that CUP. So the commission could adopt additional restrictions on the CUP at this time.
Okay, thank you.
I would like to add, if we're going to, I would like to condition that also that before we turn this over as a recommendation, that a clearly thought out plan about how the service will happen is somehow written down or forwarded on to council from the applicant. It sounded like for me, I would need to have a little more service nailed down in that area.
Could I ask a
Yes,
question?
Commissioner
of the chair?
O'Donnell.
We have a diagram attached to our package showing the restaurant. Nothing is going to change. The only place things are served is the counter.
Yes.
And we're told that alcohol, hard alcohol, will only be served by a waitress. What in addition to that do you need?
Well, I guess I'd like to understand the beer and wine. Is that also now going to be served by the waitress, or is that something I pick up and take back to my table?
We are not attempting to affect, to my knowledge, the service of beer and wine. And nor did the applicant suggest that he would serve necessarily beer and wine with a waiter or a waitress. I would assume that if some hard alcohol is being served at a table and somebody else is ordering a beer at that table, it may all be together. But my motion does not include expanding the restriction to beer and wine.
Okay, I'd like to think about that. Commissioner Matici?
Yeah, I might ask you to just define something for me. We're using the word serve. I was more concerned about the delivery. They're going to order at the front, and that's fine. They're going to order with food. I expected the fact that he was going to have someone special deliver the alcoholic beverages to the tables so they could see who was getting it. That was my concern. So I'd be all for having all alcohol items delivered by that person rather than just the hard alcohol.
Well, let me say two things.
Commissioner O'Donnell, would you like to say
Two
something?
things. One, by serve, I certainly did mean delivery.
Okay.
However, I didn't intend to change their method of serving beer and wine, so that if presently somebody comes in, doesn't want a hard alcohol drink, they want to order their dinner and pick up their dinner and pick up a bottle of beer, my motion does not include changing that.
Well, okay. Commissioner Machici?
No, I realize that. I'm suggesting we at least look at that, because my concern was who's getting the alcoholic beverages. Whether it's beer or alcohol, that's my concern.
Commissioner O'Donnell?
My response to that would be that we've had a lot of testimony about the number of restaurants with alcohol that this applicant has had. We've had direct testimony that there had been no ABC violations. We've had essentially introduced testimony from our police department saying they've had no problems. In light of that, it seems like the applicant's doing a very good job, and I would hate to, I think your request is reasonable. I just think that to go back now and change a working and good thing and make it more difficult for him is something that I would prefer not to do. So I say that with respect to your request.
Thank you for, excuse me, may I respond?
Commissioner Machici, you may
Thank you for that
respond, and then let's move on.
However, I'll agree, I'll support the motion either way, but I would ask Mr. Flores to take that into consideration.
A large consideration. I'm sorry that the maker of the motion wouldn't accept that, because I think it does put things in some kind of uniform aspect and makes it a little bit easier. I think actually trying to say, no, someone at where they order saying, well, I'll have one margarita with tequila and one beer, and then having to juggle all of that, I don't know. That's why I need to see more clearly how this is going to work, and I don't see that. Do I have any other comments? Commissioner Kane.
I'm not going to support the motion, and I haven't supported expansion of alcohol motions for a number of months now, because it seems to me that each time we get together, we're looking at another conditional use permit for alcohol. And I look at the general plan, which talks about the welfare of the town and the neighborhood and the family community. I look at the central business district guidelines. I look at the alcohol policy itself for authority for my objection, and I just want to make a couple of points. 2 weeks ago, we denied a yogurt shop because of heavy concentration, and the heavy concentration that the commission talked about were 4 other yogurt shops. In the vicinity of this restaurant that wants to go to full alcohol, there are 12 other bars or restaurants with bars or restaurants that serve alcohol, and 5 more that don't, that are probably now getting in line. I'm just concerned about the trend and the direction. We talk about the neighborhood concerns. There's a school right behind this establishment. This is not about Mr. Flores. It's not about the fine history of his establishment. It's my concern as to what direction we're going in with respect to alcohol proliferation. The policies are pretty clear. The founding fathers that wrote these talked about the sale of alcoholic beverages, if not regulated, can jeopardize public safety and yakety-yak, and the town council wants to balance the regulation. And we're concerned about residential neighborhoods, and on and on and on. And we're approving one alcohol CUP after another. And sometimes the one we don't approve, we get overturned on. And I wonder what our alcohol policy says, what we're intending. I think of the historical jokes we talk about. Los Gatos was Whiskey Gulch, and our fathers and mothers before us cleaned that up, and now we seem to be going back in that direction. There are 12 bars in the immediate vicinity of this establishment, 5 more that can go in that direction, and that's just within a 1-block area, one way or the other. There's more more on down the street. It's a family restaurant, and I'm concerned the family restaurants are going to go over to the way of first the beer and wine, then the full alcohol. It's like dominoes. They just go down one right after the other. Many children in this restaurant, and it's a popular place for teens. And there's a popular parking lot in the back, there's a parking lot in the back, which is also a popular place for teens. I think we should be giving our teens a clear message, not a double message. I can't support the motion.
I will speak now. I also will not be supporting the motion. I do support the restaurant. I think it's a fabulous restaurant, fabulous food, high quality. But in the letter from the applicant, he asked to have full alcohol as one of the reasons was to achieve uniformity with his other restaurants in the Bay Area, as they attempt to have most of their restaurants full alcohol licensed. And yet, I have to be thinking about the town, because the language in the general plan does not call out for any granting. It's not a goal of the general plan to grant something because of uniformity. Our goal is to promote and protect existing small town character. So I couldn't support it for that reason, which is the one he has requested. I also could not support this because we would be the Andalays is termed a high, fast turnover restaurant. Yes, you can sit there, or you can take it out. You can take your food out to go. And it's all happening all at the same time. And I'm just wondering if this is the trend that we're setting now, that we're going to now grant full alcohol to high turnover restaurants. Does that mean that at some point across the street, Mr. Flores might come before us and ask for that restaurant also to have full liquor? I don't know, but my recommendation would be to say no on this one. So with that, Commissioner Bourgeois?
I'd just like to make a quick comment. I share some of those concerns, and I think we should all be concerned about proliferation of alcohol licenses, especially at high turnover restaurants. But one of the reasons I asked the questions in the beginning about the difference, but I do think there's a difference between the two Andalays, and I think the one at 21 is more of a sit-down destination restaurant. I don't see it as, yes, you can get takeout there, but I see it very different from the one at 6 North Santa Cruz. And I think it's perfectly reasonable to expect to walk into a Mexican restaurant and be able to order a margarita. They already have beer and wine. Those concerns about alcohol in the presence of our youth, that does concern me, but I think it's already at the restaurant, and I think adding something that is very reasonable to expect at a Mexican restaurant is not going to impair the integrity of our downtown.
A comment back, Commissioner Bourgeois, is that I have sat in both restaurants, and I've also taken food out of both restaurants, and I've had margaritas in both restaurants, which I thought were real margaritas. So they were delicious, and as was the food, but I still will not support the motion. So thank you for your comments. And Commissioner Sayoc, before we take the vote, we need to move on.
I will be supporting the motion, and I would like it on record why. For two reasons. I understand everyone's concern, and I think that the two compelling reasons for my support of this is Andale is a successful business, and they have a proven track record with no police enforcement issues. Had this been an unknown entity, I would be concerned. The second reason I will be supporting it is because all the comments we've heard to date have been positive. If the school or if a neighboring business or resident had filed a negative comment, then I would have taken that extremely seriously. But for those two reasons, I will be supporting this.
Okay, thank you very much. I don't see any other hands up. I'm going to call the motion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And opposed? No. That's 5 yes and 2 no.
The commission's decision is a recommendation to the town council. A hearing will be scheduled before the town council in the near future. No further actions are required, and notice will be published.
Thank you very much. Okay, moving along, and congratulations, Mr. Flores. Moving on to public hearing, agenda item number 3, Reservoir Road, Lot 2. This is also a continued public hearing. Mr. Paulson, are you giving the report tonight, or is that Mr. Paulson? Would you please give the report tonight?
Yes, thank you. This is Reservoir Road, Lot 2. This item was continued from the Planning Commission meeting of February 28th with direction to reduce the appearance of bulk and mass, address the Commission's concerns of the appearance of a 3-story elevation, protect tree number 34 in its current location, redesign the 2-story entry element, eliminate the unsupported bay on the east elevation or continue a wall below at 2 grade, and lastly, redesign the home so that the finished floor is not more than 3 feet above grade pursuant to the hillside design guidelines. The applicant revised the plans and believes that they have adequately addressed the Commission's direction. The current proposal requests approval of plans to construct a 4,346 square foot 2-story home with a 2-car and a single-car attached garage with a 357 square foot basement and a 2,031 square foot cellar. The applicant revised the plans from your last meeting, and they were reviewed by the town's consulting architect. The town's consulting architect found that the revised plans were well designed with the exception of an awkward relationship of the roof and the wall planes on the northeast section of the home. The applicant further modified the roof form in response to the consulting architect's comments. The consulting architect has not reviewed the latest plans. If the Commission believes that the previous direction has been adequately addressed, the Commission could add a condition to direct the applicant to work with the consulting architect to implement further roof modifications prior to the issuance of a building permit. The applicant is also requesting 2 exceptions to the hillside design standards and guidelines. The first one is a exception to the maximum cut depth of 4 feet. Previously, they were requesting a cut depth of 5 feet. They're currently requesting a cut depth of 4.5 feet. And the second is portions of the home will not be located in the LRDA. There are 2 swaths that go through most of the site and go through the approved building envelope, and there are small portions of those swaths right outside the building envelope that the home is encroaching into.
Mr. Paul, oh, I'm sorry, are you finished?
Sorry. Originally, the plans that were reviewed by the Commission, the proposed home the footprint was 34% outside the building envelope. They have moved the house forward 16 feet to the south, and now only 7% of the home's footprint extends outside the envelope. And just for a little bit of background, the Town Council took action on Lot 3 at April 16, 2007, and there's 3 items that correlate with both items, Lots 1 and Lots 2. The Council determined on Lot 3 they had a grading exception as well. They were proposing an 8-foot cut where 4 foot is allowed for a driveway. They determined in that case that that was appropriate. The second was they confirmed their intent that the building envelopes were guides and not absolute standards that had to be followed. And the Lot 3 proposal footprint exceeded the envelope by approximately, or extended outside the envelope by approximately 21%. Lastly, the council added an additional condition for Lot 3, which allowed the applicant to work with staff to potentially place additional fill on the site to reduce the export of dirt.
Thank you, Mr. Paulson. We have a desk item on Agenda 3, and were you referring, Mr. Paulson, to the page 3 of, I wanted to give the commissioners a few minutes to read and refer to this in case they might have questions of you?
Correct. There's okay. 2 items on the desk item. One is a letter of support from a adjoining neighbor, and the second is a chart comparing various aspects between lots 1, 2, and 3.
Okay, thank you. Commissioners, would you take a few minutes and review that? And if you have questions of staff, this would be the time to ask. Commissioner Bourgeois, you have a question. Staff.
Yes.
Thank you for compiling this comparison. I think it's really helpful. I just want to clarify the row that says total FAR. That's the net square footage that applies to the FAR, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
We have no other questions. All right, I'd like to call the applicant up. And I'm not sure who that is. Do I have a speaker card? No, as the applicant, you do have to fill out a speaker card, just so we have a record. And what's your name? Michael Davis. Okay, Michael, Mr. Davis, would you please fill out the speaker card when you're finished speaking, okay? When you're finished speaking. Thank you. You will have 5 minutes to make a presentation. Are you planning on using the overhead?
No, I'm not.
All right. I wasn't sure. I saw the
Unless I
papers,
need
and I was going to suggest we help you with that. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Michael Davis. I am the designer of the home for Lot 2. Before I get started, I'd like to thank again the neighbors for working with me and meeting me at their homes and inviting me into their homes. So that worked out real well. What you see before you is a kinder, gentler version of our previous submittal. This project went on a weight loss reduction program. We have reduced the house above grade 291 feet, or 293 feet. We've reduced the amount of paving on the site due to the removal of the circular driveway by 700 square feet. We've reduced the overall height as called out by the Hillside Ordinance by 3 feet, making it down to 32 feet. Along with those changes, we've addressed the Commission's concerns on some of the items. One of the big items was saving an oak tree, tree number 34, that was on a plan before. We originally planned to remove that and relocate it to another area where we were removing a tree that was suggested by the town arborist to be removed. Per the Commission's direction, we have moved the house forward 16 feet. I believe it was requested 15, but it just seemed to work out to 16 feet. Moved it forward 16 feet, thereby saving tree 34. In doing so, I've had a chance to walk the site a few times since then. Tree 40, to what the peer arborist suggested to remove, is now, to me, growing very nicely. It's nice and green. We're going to leave tree 40 also. So 2 of the trees we're proposing to remove, we are leaving now. There are 2 other trees on the site that are proposed to be removed. That is due to our fire truck turnaround that the fire marshal has requested the size and shape of. The town arborist has said that those trees are in poor shape, of poor quality, due to the canopies of larger trees right next to them. So we would propose to mitigate any concerns that or mitigate by adding trees for those 2 removals. As our project planner has stated, again, reducing square footage, we've been able to reduce the 3rd-story massing, the 3rd level, by completely removing it from the right side elevation. As you look at the elevations, the revised before you, we've reduced 1 complete gable. We have modified roof lines to take that off completely. Also, by the use of the stone that we've added to the house and also trellising, we've softened the appearance of the house, making it more cottage-like and fit in more with the neighborhood, and certainly based on direction from the neighbors in that respect. In terms of the finished floors, to reduce the amount of grading by 100 square feet, we've raised the garage level 6 inches. We're already in cut there anyway, but we're just cutting 6 inches less, thereby creating what we're asking for is a 4.5-foot cut as opposed to a 5. The length of that 4.5-foot cut, Commissioners, is about the half of that table length. So it's a very short area that we're asking for an exception to. We've also requested of neighbors to think about it, and also with the Lot 3 that Council approved, is possibly we have about 490 cubic yards of export if we can leave some more of that dirt on site. The neighbors suggested we could work with staff in terms of the engineering department. I know that's been Council's direction on Lot 3, and we'd also like to propose that for this lot, so I would request that also. In terms of the entry design, we've reduced that by 5.5 foot. We've reduced the width by 2 foot, and we've added stone to that element, again softening that appearance of the front elevation. in there. In terms of building envelopes, that was addressed at council. I was at that meeting. We are 7% outside of that building envelope line. We basically just centered the house exactly into that building envelope, and there's little areas that peak past that. Grading quantities, like I said, was reduced by 100 square feet. Again, I just wanted to reemphasize that was due by raising the garage 6 inches, level of the garage and the motor court areas 6 inches. So I'm not asking for anything else in that regard. We also dropped on the right side of the home, we dropped it 6 inches in terms of our dining, family room area, and kitchen areas, getting closer to grade on that right side. One of the things we did by reducing square footage, we reduced the width of the house. Thereby, we're not as far down the hill. We've reduced that height again. That 35 foot's allowed. We reduced it 3 foot, cut 3 foot off the height of it. We're down to 32.
Okay, would you just go ahead and wrap up, and then we'll see where you are.
And also by doing that, we're measuring from existing grade. We have 1.5 foot of fill on that side, so instead of 32, it's actually 31 foot. Oh, I'm sorry, yeah, 31 foot in terms of its height on that side. Thank you.
Just a minute, stay there. You might have some questions. Commissioners, do you have any questions at this time of the applicant? No, I don't see any. Okay, thank you. I do have 2 speaker cards, and I will call them up in a minute. Mr. Suda, before we proceed, we have made mention of FAR, floor area ratio. Would you please give a brief explanation about that for our viewing audience?
Certainly. Floor area ratio, or FAR, is simply the square footage of the home divided by the lot size. Just to add a little bit of detail to that, under the town's regulations, cellars are not counted towards the floor area ratio. So in this case, the floor area ratio represents the portions of the home that are above grade and portions of the lower level that are above grade by more than 4 feet. So it represents the ratio of the areas of the home counted towards the size divided by the lot area.
Thank you very much. Okay, seeing that, I will call, I'm opening the public hearing to Citizen Ray.
Well, here we go again. Davis versus Davis. Nothing's changed from the last meeting. He's made some very minor, in my opinion, very minor adjustments that hold no water at all in terms of what the community values are, okay? And if I may explain, I want to point out to you folks.
Citizen Ray, would you please stay at the podium?
Well, I can't point out
Citizen
from
Ray,
there.
wait, whoa. What are you doing? What do you need to do? Could you go back to the podium, and then can we?
You're eating up my time, my dear.
I will give you 15 extra seconds.
Thank you.
We can turn around, if you want us to, we can turn around and look at the plans, but we also have plans in front of us.
Yeah, but how am I going to point out the one that I want to speak to?
Just tell us which one it is. Would you like, there we go.
It's the one
We're
in the
providing a
middle.
copy for you right now. Thank you, Mr.
On the
Parsons.
wall. It's in the middle, the lower middle, on item 3. And Madam Chairman, if you'll point it out for me. Right there. That's the one in the lowest elevation shown, okay? That.
Would you please go back? Just go on back.
That.
I'll give you 15 extra seconds. I'll stand there and point it.
Hard to see from this distance.
Let's give him a
Oh my gosh, democracy. Democracy in action. But the point I want to make is that's the view of the home upslope, okay? That's what you see. That's the side of the home, okay? And look at that blockbuster. Do you see anything gracious about that? anything that blends into the hillside as required by the general plan, as required by the hillside design guidelines. This is a mountainside home, okay? And I see it, and I see it as nothing but a reflection of what's going on in East San Jose, okay? Huge monster homes built like a square box and shoved into the mountainside. There's no moving upslope and downslope as required by all the public documents. It's just a blockbuster, uglier than sin, flatland style home. It's got nothing to do with the mountainside, okay? That's everything to do with the developer's buck, because that's the cheapest mountainside home you can build. A square box without a foundation that goes up and down. Foundations that are on the mountainside that go up and down are expensive. And that's always the ball game by these architects who have no concept of our community values. This is the cheap way to build a monster home. The foundation is the cheapest possible, okay? There's nothing like the one that was just approved by you, by the town council, Lot 3, right next door. A gorgeous mountainside home. There's also another gorgeous mountainside home, recently approved by you folks and by the town council, upon McCarthy. But does he take any lessons from that? No. This is all about in your face, uptight, up front, phallicism in order to sell the current fad architecture of the moment, okay? And if you want to see that, go to East San Jose, as I say, and it just knocks your eyes out. Okay? It's so ugly. And so they keep trying to bust all our values here. And will they succeed? I hope not.
Citizen Ray, thank you. Can you wrap up?
Did I get some extra?
I did. I gave you about 30 seconds extra.
3 seconds?
30.
Oh, okay.
So if you're finished, we.
Well, that's the message. You know, it's save the mountain or forget it.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Just let the DRC approve everything.
Thank you very much, Citizen Ray. My next speaker card is for Tony Jeans.
Tony Jeans, 170 Station Street, Los Gatos. I'm really here in part to tell you, I think actually Joel summed it up quite well, but my interpretation of what the town council said that they wanted to see from these 4 reservoir lots. The first was that the envelope that was stamped on the plans was not sacrosanct, but that it was probably a good location, and that if a designer or architect wanted to move it out of that envelope suggested, then they should have a good reason to do so, and it should not cause unnecessary tree removal or unnecessarily additional grading. And those were the areas that I think the council was focusing on when they looked at what I had done with Lot 3. Another area that surprised me a little bit, but I think it's a good idea, and that is I had requested to be able to leave on site a couple of 100 yards so that I didn't have to truck it off down the hill. And the council said, well, what about the other 300, 350 yards that you are trucking off down the hill? Could you find somewhere else on site that did not violate the hillside guidelines? In other words, you couldn't fill more than 3 feet, and would still make it an appropriate solution. And that came from them. That didn't come from me. So it would seem to me that any request either on this property or on Lot 1 or Lot 4, whichever comes up in front of you, would be it would be good to look at that as a sensible solution as long as the engineering department feels that it is appropriate in that particular location and the way they're doing it, because it would avoid removal of excess dirt. And if it were done in the reservoir area itself, then you're not really violating any heavily treed or wooded area that might otherwise be impacted by the leaving extra dirt on site. So those were two of the things that I felt came across to me when I was up in front of the town council the other day. If you have any specific questions of me as to what happened at that meeting that you're not sure of, I'd be delighted to answer them.
Thank you, Mr. Jeans. Do I have any questions for Mr. Jeans? Seeing none, thank you. I don't have any other speaker cards. I have one more speaker card coming up on this. Thank you very much. And that's Ms. Quintana. Ms. Quintana, would you please pull the mic down when you're ready? Thank you. And state your name. And for the records, would you please state your name and address?
I'm sorry to take so long. My name is Lee Quintana, and I live at 5 Palm Avenue in Los Gatos. I just have a few things to say. In looking through the plans, I did not come across a landscape plan, and that sort of was a concern since this lot seems to be fairly constrained as to where yard space could go. As to what was going to be proposed in the future in terms of retaining walls or swimming pools or other issues that have to do with landscaping. The other comment that I'd like to make is that looking at the site and the house, I would agree that it does not look like a hillside home. It looks like a flatland home that is sort of almost falling over the edge. In addition, the fact that it has a separate garage, which is forming a motor court with a portiere and a retaining wall that goes back to the house itself, makes that all appear as part of the bulk of the house. So it does appear to me to be quite massive, and also the size of the house in relationship to the other two homes on Reservoir Road that have been proposed, the countable square footage is considerably higher, which adds to the fact that it appears to be a much larger, bulkier home. Aside from that, keeping fill on the site, where is the appropriate place to keep the fill on the site? If there isn't an appropriate place to keep it on the site, then I would suggest that it either be redesigned to eliminate some of that cut, which is causing the soil to be hauled off. I guess that's if it can't be on the site, but I think it would be good to know before approving something, even with conditions, whether or not that soil has a place where it can be placed on the site.
Thank you very much. Are you finished? Mm-hmm. Thank you very much. Does anyone have any questions? Seeing none, thank you. Okay, I'll call the applicant back up, and for comment, you'll have up to 3 minutes. And
I turned that card in. I turned that card in. You should have it.
yes, I have it here. Thank you.
One of the important things to look at on the home, and I understand the concerns with the right side elevation, but the important thing to look at is the front elevation, how that house does step down the hill. As I was designing the home and any homes in Los Gatos, we look at the hillside guidelines in here, and you have building height. And it has a picture in there that depicts 25-foot maximum height, which is taking from the existing grade. up the hillside. Also, you have an overall maximum height as viewed like that right side elevation, and that maximum height is 35 feet. Our home is 32 feet measured from our finished grade. If we took it from the existing grade, it's only 30 foot 6 inches. So certainly we could not meet those height requirements if we did not step the house down. Again, the front elevation and the rear elevation depict how we step down that hillside. How we've mitigated the area under the floors, we've created countable basement area. So we have 2 levels. It's almost a split, the 2 levels on the right side elevation. Then it steps as a single-story elevation in the front. Then it steps to 2-story elevation where the flat part of the lot is. You know, again, I asked the commissioners to look at the front elevation and the rear to see how we've stepped the house. It does appear from the right side that it doesn't step, but those areas are back towards the middle of the home. And again, we couldn't meet the 25-foot height if we didn't step the house, nor could we meet the 35-foot overall height. In terms of the amount of soil that the person just mentioned, we'd work with the town engineer as to where we could put that soil if he would allow it at all. And as Mr. Jeans mentioned earlier, 3 foot is a maximum fill. It would go down where there are no trees. It would impact no trees. Again, working with the town engineer in that regard. I've heard mention in terms of the size of this home. We've been blessed with one of the biggest lots up there. In comparison to the other FARs of the neighborhood, I believe you have that in your packet as the last page, we are at 0.15 now with the revisions we've made to the plan. That is less than the average size of home up on that hill. The average size of the home was 0.17. We're at 0.15. We've just happened to be blessed with a wonderful lot to design a home to and create a home that's now in the building envelope. So I would ask you to take that into consideration when you think of the size of this particular home. The garage, we mentioned retaining walls in the motor court. We've sunk that down. We have 2 neighbors to the west that are higher than us. They'll look over our house, that's fine, but we've sunken that in again where that 4.5-foot cut is to lower those areas. We're not adding bulk, we're minimizing bulk because it's below grade. So I'd ask the commission to take that in consideration also. And again, I'm here for any questions you may have.
Okay, commissioners, I'll entertain questions, and if you raise your hand, we can go one at a time. Commissioner Rice.
First, a quick comment. You commented earlier that you felt this was a kinder, gentler version of the previous plan, and I would agree. The second thing I would like to ask is, have you had a chance to review the consulting architect's
Yes, I did.
stuff
Actually,
after?
I'm sorry to jump on you. We did modify the roof plan that the consulting architect did not have a chance to look at. We gave it to Joel. It is, as you see on that right side elevation, we've created a hip there, minimizing a rake wall, if you will, that was that appeared in the back. One of his comments was to shingle that back area, as you see a second alternative. We not only shingled it, we created a roof there. We created a hip and a valley, basically, to take away that rake wall, and that's disappeared completely from the plan.
Okay, what about his comment on the dormers?
The dormers we did actually make 15% bigger. I did a little calculations, 5 foot, I went to 5.5 foot. That's what you see there also. So it's a little bit wider. It's no taller, but just a little bit wider. And the window got just that much bigger also.
Thank you.
Follow up on that. On A6 in the plans, you're referring to that hipped roof and wall area. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yes, I do.
Okay, how is that disappearing? Would you clarify that again?
What we did was, it was 2 walls side by, or 2 roof planes side by side, like this. And it created that wall that you used to see on, or that the Pure Architect saw. We have cut this roof back and basically created a hip out of this roof. So now it planes back to this roof plane here.
Okay.
Did I explain that?
Well, I'm not sure that you did. Let me think about that.
If you look at that.
Is this the part you're going to shingle? Is the wall that's above the?
It's not a wall now. It is an actual roof.
It's an actual roof.
We made the wall disappear. The line that you see on the lowermost elevation on sheet A5 behind you, that line signifies that hip roof. And I'm sorry, I don't have an overhead. Where the dormers are, just to the right of it, that line now planes back to that roof behind it. So it's eliminated that rake wall that used to be there. It used to be a straight line up and down.
Okay, but you know what? I'm going to show you up here what I was referring to. Is this right here?
Yes, we left that wall there. Our original proposal to you that you did see at our previous commission meeting had that roof cut back, like the Pure Architect is calling for, but on that right side elevation, it created a triangular wall, a triangular piece of wall, if you will. As you cut it back, you had a piece of wall like this, and it gave the appearance that there was a third story stacked one on top of another. We knew that you didn't like that look. We took it out completely and just ran that roof up following the grade up to the second level.
It's a little awkward. I'm thinking it might need some refinement and integration. I do have other questions, but do any other commissioners have questions? Okay, Commissioner Bourgeois.
Shifting gears a little bit, I also noticed that there wasn't a landscaping plan, and we have guidelines for our hillsides about formal lawns and using native landscaping, and also I'm concerned about fencing. Fencing has become quite an issue for us as well. So could you at least give me your thoughts and maybe why we don't have a landscaping plan in front of us?
Certainly. In regards to the fencing and the gating, we have just preliminarily spoken to Mr. Jeans and his client about what we might do with the entry gating since we're going to share a common access off of Reservoir. Haven't really even gotten into detail. We talked about maybe stone walls. In terms of the fencing, we would work with that client and also the client with Lot 1 to come up with maybe a common theme for all of the lots. That has not been discussed yet, so we haven't put that on paper before you because we don't, to be honest with you, we don't know yet. In terms of a landscape plan, my client has purchased this set of plans from my previous client. We have not had a chance to discuss landscape plans and whatnot, pools or anything like that. Certainly that would all meet the hillside guidelines and be back to staff to review.
Can I clarify with staff how that would work?
Yes, Commissioner Bourgeois, you may.
Yeah, how would that work with, would we see a landscape and fencing plan as a separate item, or should we continue it until they get to that point?
You have a couple options. You could continue this and direct them to provide you with a landscape plan prior to taking action. You could approve it with the condition that it comply with the hillside standards and guidelines to the satisfaction of Mr. Lortz, the director, or you could condition that it be returned to the Planning Commission, the landscape plan, for final approval. And just as a reminder, we are also suggesting that if you do approve the home tonight, that we would suggest that the roof and wall design be refined further in conjunction with the consulting architect. So both of those could be returned to the satisfaction of the director or to the commission.
Okay, all righty. Commissioner Kane, followed by Commissioner Sayoc.
I had a question. You made a reference to the hillside guidelines.
Yes, sir.
On the what page were you on?
This one I have is page 30. It's building height. This came with the original, when the original subdivision was created, so it came out of their book, basically. So it says building height, and we have a picture of a side view.
Did you say page 30?
I said page 30. That's what I have in front of my book.
What version?
Can you show us Can you show us the page so we could identify, or
Can I bring it up?
why don't you hand it to Joel and he'll get it over to us? Or you know what? That's a good idea, Joel. Can we just put that right on the overhead? Thank you.
Depicting the 25-foot maximum building height following grade, and then the overall maximum height of 35 foot.
I was assuming I had the right page. In my version, I didn't know there was more than one version. Uh-oh.
This might be an older version.
An outdated version.
Just
Mine's on page 35. Commissioners, what version are we using? I was looking through the guidelines in that section Section 5, architectural design, when you brought it, when you mentioned it and brought it to my attention on the building heights, and I look at all of the designs, examples, illustrations, and I look at the do this and I look at the don't do this. You looked at those as well, yes?
Most definitely.
I just didn't find a lot of do this that looked like the size of your house in those illustrations.
The size or the side?
Oh, the density, the bulk, the intensity, just the size in general. I mean, you brought it to my attention about the height, the 25s, and those are small houses. And so I looked at all the other pictures, and indeed, there's nothing quite like what we have on the wall behind us, which goes to what the prior speakers were talking about. And if I talk about it later, then you would understand that I do have that concern about the size of the house going into the hillside. And it's a great house. It's a beautiful house. It's just the hillsides, as we've talked about in the past when we were last together.
Certainly.
The pictures you referred us to, they quite obviously don't look like what you have in front of us. And I'm not saying that they're absolute and axioms, but as I turned all the pages, I just remembered that.
Is there a question?
Don't you think that this is? Thank you. Thank you for pointing that out to me.
So can I answer his question since he asked the question?
Yes, that's what we're here for.
I believe you have that diagram in your book also that's on the screen here.
35.
Yeah, showing the, thank you. And 35 foot. Again, we couldn't design this home to step with a hillside and meet all the requirements. If what you see before you didn't meet those requirements, we do not encroach on 25 feet. As a matter of fact, we're only close to 25 feet in one place. In terms of 35 foot, as you see from the lowest grade to the upper grade, as you look at it from the side of that elevation, that's just 35 foot's allowed. We couldn't be at 32 foot if we didn't step the house. That's what I'm asking you as a commission to look at and look at the front and look at the rear. Yes, once we get to that point, then we have a flat area of lot. So our house goes flat at our two-story area. So when you're asking, did we step down the house, we've put an underground basement that we're counting on the lowest side, and we're burying that into the hillside by 3 to 4 feet.
Commissioner Kane, is that welcome? Is that enough? Do you have another question?
Just to say that I disagree. You
Okay.
can do anything with a smaller house.
All right, thank you very much. All right, we have another question from Commissioner Sayoc.
Actually, Commissioner Kane did address my question, so I'll defer.
Okay, and does any other commissioner have a question? I do. The porte cochere that's depicted in your drawing, you have two garages. You have a two garage and then a one garage and a courtyard in the center. Can you explain to me how this is going to work because of the two buildings for the garages? And the fact that I don't see on C1 a plan for a driveway into the garage, the little garage. Yes.
Exactly.
So what was your original thought in doing this? Because I believed I remember seeing one of the illustrations showed that little garage that's now facing us as we look at the house had a window. And the idea, I thought, was to drive through the porte cochere and drive into that garage.
Certainly.
Comment,
In
please.
regards to the two separate garages as they were originally designed, is the building footprint, as you know, or building envelope, is not all that big. So we couldn't put three garages together in our design and create house in the building envelope. So we created the idea of we're going to have one that's detached from the other garages, and it could be used for storage of bicycles, if nothing else. The porte-cochere going back to the courtyard was to hide cars in the front of the house. When we came up with one of the first iterations in terms of the amount of grading, we needed to do more cut on that retaining wall to be able to access that single car garage. And we weren't able to do that when we cut back the amount of retaining wall height. We moved that retaining wall back. Therefore, we put that garage in the front where the retaining wall is lower. and create a little more driveway. Even with that extra driveway space that you see now that wasn't on the proposal before you, we've removed the entire circular driveway, thereby still saving 700 square feet of paving, even by having that little driveway in that front garage. I don't know if, did that answer your
Save some, how much are you adding?
We've saved a total of 700. With adding this, we've taken
Okay.
so much more out with the circular drive, so the total is 700 that we've saved.
So are you saying that there would not be a way for you to enter through the porte cochere and turn into that small garage?
It could if we had more motor court area on what would be the left side as you drive in, but therefore moving that retaining wall, say, to the setback line, we're higher in our cut. Then yes, we could if we had some more space to turn around, but that retaining wall now is between the two garages at the 4.5 feet. As we go further up the slope to create more motor court to get into that garage, to answer your question, that retaining wall gets higher. So from 4.5, it was 5 before, it'd be even higher if we moved it up and created a turning radius to get into that garage.
Okay, thank you very much. Commissioners, any other questions? None. Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to close the public hearing at this point and open this up to the commission for discussion, motion, questions of staff. Okay, then. Just what I dread. Silence. Yes, Commissioner O'Donnell.
Let me just make a couple of comments. I've listened to everything everybody said, and there's a lot of truth on both sides. One thing we tend to react to, it seems to me, is the size of the house. The size of the house, as far as being counted is concerned, is 5,183 square feet. We know that in the hillsides you can go up to 6,000 without super findings. We also know this is a fairly big lot, so I don't have a problem with the size of the house. So the next question becomes, although I think some commissioners do, next question becomes, even if you don't have a problem with the size of the house, do you have a problem with the bulk of the house? Because that's what some of the comments have been on. Unfortunately, I think the drawings are a little difficult to get the point being made by the architect because he is saying what I think is correct in saying it has to be stepped down to do what it's doing. On the other hand, when we look at the drawings, it's hard to see that illustrated. So you're in a situation where you know it must be true, but it isn't obvious that it's true. I also recall that the council, I thought, took great pains to tell us that if the town architect approved something, as far as the architecture was concerned, at a minimum, we were supposed to give that substantial deference and not disregard it. So I just wanted to say those few things because we have gotten to the point now where I think we rarely discuss any import to what the town architect says, and I think perhaps we should to figure out what this commission is going to do about what the council asked us to do. So those are my comments.
Commissioner Bourgeois?
I'd like to make a couple comments. First of all, I think this is a better project than we saw last time. I think there has been some improvements. I still have some concerns about the appearance of bulk, but I'd like to hear what my fellow commissioners have to say. But I'm really not comfortable approving something when we don't have the landscape plan. I'm hearing now there might be a fencing plan for all 4 lots. If I remember correctly from Lot 3, there were all solid fences, and those are discouraged in the hillside, so I'm concerned about that. He mentioned possibly a pool, which is new. I'd like to see it. I'd like to see everything before I make a judgment on this. That's just my opinion. And I'd like to make one comment about the grading issue. I understand that we don't want to have tons of trucks hauling off dirt down these windy roads. It's an undue burden on the neighbors, and it's a traffic hazard. But the intent of the hillside standards is to minimize grading. If we start going down this slippery slope of trying to cut and fill on, do a cut-fill balance on site, I think that goes against the intent. Then that goes back to historically trying to create flat pads, trying to balance everything out, and we're losing those natural slopes, which is the intent. So I think I think if the off-haul is so much that it's going to be a traffic hazard, then I think maybe we need to look at changing the project so that the cut volumes aren't as great. So I just throw that out there.
Thank you, Commissioner Bourgeois. Words to be thought about. Commissioner Kane.
I wanted to echo my support for that concern because we've heard, maybe over the past 3 or 4 weeks, that recent, that the idea of cutting into a hillside and putting the dirt on the same property somehow makes it more palatable. And the idea was don't cut the hillside in the first place, regardless of where you put the dirt. And especially I don't want to see us moving in the direction of giving approval for that consideration, because it goes to the creation of pads, which is a violation of the hillside. So cut the hillside according to the guidelines and not thereafter. I also wanted to get into the question of cellars. We've discussed this before. We have a cellar policy that's very generous in terms of living space and consideration for the size of where the family will live. The policy says we encourage basements and cellars to provide hidden square footage in lieu of visible mass. And I think we've forgotten all about the in lieu of visible mass. We get large houses with a 2,000, 2,100 square foot cellar. That's not the purpose of the policy, and I think we need some guidance from not staff, but maybe council, that the cellar policy needs to be defined as it's not open season. If we're going to put in a cellar, it was to be in lieu of visible mass, which if stretched, could be interpreted as in lieu of the second story. And this is a residential argument. If you build your house on flat land, we're looking at the cellar policy to reduce. Now we're having this battle up in the hillsides, which to me makes it worse. That's not what the cellar policy is for. I wish we could get clarification on that so we stop seeing 2,000 and 3,000 foot cellars underneath the two-story buildings on a hillside where you then do get the appearance of a 3-story building.
Thank you very much. And do we have any other comments? No other comments. Oh, Commissioner O'Donnell.
I guess I have a question of staff. Commissioner Bourgeois raises the issue of why don't we have what otherwise might be a complete story before us. I believe that we could either, let's assume for the moment we were to approve this, which doesn't seem to be the way we're going, but were we to approve this but condition it on our approval of the landscape plan and those kinds of things, we could clearly do that. But there is the question, why is this before us this way when one would have thought it would be much easier to have it all before us? Now, I understand the architect is saying we'd like to work with the neighbors, and that's great. But he's not going to work with the neighbors on his landscape plan, and there's no landscape plan. So I guess I'm asking staff, what does staff tell an applicant when you decide that it's complete enough that you're going to submit it to the Planning Commission? Because if we now bounce this as essentially being incomplete, I feel very bad for the prospective homeowner. This is the second time, it's expensive and all that. On the other hand, I don't understand how it got here.
The short answer in general is that there's a conversation that occurs between staff and the applicant trying to assess what their future plans are. You know, there's a note on these plans that all the future landscape material are going to be drought tolerant and drought tolerant plant materials and native. I'm not sure we were aware of this possibility of a pool. Normally that would be shown on the site plan because the possibility would entail additional grading and additional flat perimeter around the pool. So I was a little surprised to hear that. I'm not sure that was disclosed to us in the past. Maybe Mr. Paulson could answer that.
Okay, thank you very much.
I don't think a pool was
Thank you, Mr. Suda. I'm sorry, Mr. Paulson?
A pool was not discussed previously, and I'm not sure that they said they're necessarily going to have a pool. Again, we try to look at the plan, as Mr. Suda said, and if they don't have landscape plans conceptualized, try to get as much information as we can to ensure that it is going to be, and they understand that it's going to be compatible with the hillside guidelines where the drought-tolerant native species are concerned, and also looking at those zones when landscaping does ultimately come through. Some people may not intend to do any landscaping. There's going to be some minor stuff within, around the house, but there may not be any grand landscape plans.
Thank you. And we have Commissioner Sayak and then Commissioner O'Donnell.
In this particular case, I don't feel comfortable approving the package until I see the landscaping plan, particularly because we've talked about cut and fill and the possibility of putting fill onto the site. I personally don't feel comfortable with that because placing fill on a site just to place it and make it easier for truckloads is not a reason to actually change the environment. So that needs serious consideration, and it shouldn't be thrown out there just for ease. So I, for one, will not be supporting this until I see a landscape plan that addresses the cut and fill, the exact sites, and as well as the drought-tolerant plants and all the other things that are normally included in a plan.
Thank you very much. And Commissioner O'Donnell.
2 points. When we were talking about the pool, I couldn't help but observe that the applicant was shaking his head no. I don't know whether there's confusion now before us. I don't have a distinct recollection, and excuse me, I perhaps should, who said the pool. But if the applicant is saying no to the pool, perhaps we should at least have the record correct as to whether he intends a pool. We just heard that there was no discussion of a pool with staff, so it may be that there is no intention to put a pool in. I'd hate to be making that an issue if it's not. That's one issue. The other issue is the fill, which I don't think, again, ought to be the applicant's issue. It's almost like it was the town council's issue when we all watched the town council discuss the other reservoir home. They thought it was a great idea. Now, this commission doesn't seem to think it's a great idea, and I tend to be one of the commissioners. So, I mean, I do think Commissioner Bourgeois' comment is very well taken. But I don't think I blame the applicant for that conversation. We can clearly say you can't do that. So whether we approve this or we don't approve it, I just say let's not make issues where they aren't there. So if there's to be no pool, let's not get that fixed here because it wouldn't be right. If we don't want fill being kept on site, we can say that. Now, if we have other issues, such as Commissioner Sack does about, well, I still want to see the plan, that's fine. But I'm saying let's at least get our issues so that when the applicant leaves, they can say they got it right, even if I disagree.
Commissioner Michichi.
I hear staff correctly when they said that the project could be approved with the exception that the landscaping would have to come back to the Planning Commission. Was that one of the options?
It is one.
That was one of the options,
Oh,
yes.
okay. Thank you.
Okay, are we ready to make any kind of, is there a motion? But before we make a motion, I would like to say that whereas we do not design houses, our job, really frankly, is to review the designs that are brought to us with an eye toward massing, scale, and volume. And our consulting architect, Larry Cannon, offers us many ideas and whatever, but that is really to be mixed in with what we do. He is not, I mean, sometimes I'm not sure that he maybe looks at everything we're looking at, so I wanted to clarify that. Anyway, so with that, I will take a motion, if there is one to be had. Commissioner Bourgeois?
I'd actually like to make an additional comment. I think we haven't talked about the 2 exceptions to the hillside design guidelines and standards that we need to make. One of them is building outside the LRDA, and in this particular case, I don't think that's an issue. I think there's a very odd LRDA with these 2 slivers running through the building site. So in my mind, that exception is not an issue. The other one is grading, and again, it's a maximum cut depth. Those are the exceptions we have to make. I mean, everything else is in compliance. We've talked a lot about bulk and mass and a complete package, and that's fine, but I just think we should perhaps talk about the 2 exceptions that we have to grant.
Very good idea. Okay. Who would like to say something? All right. Commissioner Rice.
I'm just going to throw this out there. I don't know that it'll go anywhere, but I don't have a problem with either exception. And I'm not averse to, if we need to tweak a little bit to make sure that the consulting architect is happy on a couple of issues. I'm not averse to approving the application with the condition that the landscape plan come back before us. I don't know how my other fellow commissioners feel on that, but looking at listening to what the council has said, as opposed to, or pardon me, what the council has done, as opposed to what is in written form for us, I'm not sure I see anything here that would give them problems. And since we're in theory to implement their policies, I think we have a much better project than we had, as Commissioner Bourgeois said, than we had when we last looked at this. And I'm not averse to moving it on.
Okay, Commissioner O'Donnell?
Commissioner Bourgeois said we should discuss, certainly make clear our feelings on two issues. And I agree with Commissioner Rice that I don't have a problem with the two exceptions. The grading is, we're talking about where we need the exception, is pretty restricted. The LRDA, if anything, the council has been quite clear they didn't mean what we were reading. Perhaps they didn't mean what they wrote, but in any event, they didn't mean it. Having heard what they did mean, and I happen to think on this particular case, it's a good thing. This sounds like Yogi Berra. It sounds like it is a good thing they said what they said, because this LRDA was not as carefully thought out as one would have if you intended to keep it entirely within that. So in any event, I would not have difficulty finding an exception to that LRDA.
Okay, thank you. Does anyone else care to make a comment? I have a comment on page 3 of the staff report, which is number 4, which was to provide specific address the Commission's direction from the previous meeting. And number 4 says eliminate the unsupported bay on the east elevation or continue a wall below it to grade. And when I look at that, we haven't addressed that yet, and that was something we had talked about. I'm still not sure this is a hillside house, but that for sure is causing me problems. It does look rather odd. It looks like I have no idea why it's there. It either needs to be supported with something or eliminated. And I know they cut it back, but it still doesn't serve a purpose for me. And it just adds bulk to the house, and I'm not sure that it needs to have any more bulk. So I'd like us to consider that as well. I don't see a motion on the floor. I mean, on my dais. Commissioner Bourgeois, are you still thinking? And by the way, I do agree. I would like to see the landscape plan come back. I agree with what you said and Commissioner Sayok said. I do think that needs to come back to us. I think it could have repercussions later. I want to be sure of what we're doing here. Commissioner Kane, did you have a comment?
No, I was looking for a motion, or I'm going to make a motion. I'd like to have you make a motion, Commissioner.
I move we continue the matter to a date certain with the directions that we've given, the concerns, and I'll let each commissioner repeat them if they wish, what their separate concerns were, to include the landscape details on the landscaping, the landscape report. And I think I'll crack the eggs by saying, this whole reservoir project was given life by the town council meeting that we were asked to listen to back in 2001, Mr. Suda, 2002, and those tapes were 6 hours long, and we all sat through it, and we all listened to it, and I cannot get out of my head
that the council said the people who buy these houses are people who want to live in small houses, and that the council said 2,500, 2,700 square feet. They didn't say anything about pools. They didn't say anything about separate garages and patios, and I'm just concerned that we're not in keeping with the guidance that we received on those tapes, those 6 hours of tapes, where the permission to build houses in the old reservoir was given. And we're looking at 3,600, we're looking at larger houses, there's bigger ones to come. I don't want to give a wrong message to the town. I don't want to give the wrong message to developers. I don't want to give the wrong message to the home buyers. But these are hillsides. And you can't put flatland houses in the hillsides by cutting the hillsides and pushing it back into the hill, and then allegedly stepping it down, when what you've really got is a 2,100-foot basement that's not counting, which looks to me like a third floor. So with that guidance, I'd like to send it back for, have the people take another look at it and incorporate the other considerations that were stated. Let's see if I can get a second to that.
So you made the motion that you would like to continue it to a date certain,
Right,
and include other commissioners' concerns as well, and I would need a second on this. Commissioner O'Donnell?
After hearing what some of the commissioners said tonight, I think continuing this so they can rearrange the deck chairs doesn't seem fair to the applicant. You're talking about bulk and size, and what are they supposed to do about that in the next 30 days? Change the whole house? And what kind of direction have we given them? We've said it's too big. Now, the fact that the council just approved a house which was comparable in size gives us some indication they'd approve a house like this. So I would say this: if we want to deny it, let's deny it. Because if I were the applicant, I'd say let's get on with it, because otherwise you better give them directions, which is go back and redesign the house. We don't like 4,000 or 5,000 square foot houses. Let's come up with something small, as Commissioner Kane says, which I don't support. But let's at least give the person some kind of direction, a direction that I doubt that they would follow, because you're really saying completely redesign the house, but you're not saying that specifically and telling them what it is you want. I've heard Commissioner Kane say he wants a smaller house. Well, what do? And then I've heard people say it's not stepping down the hill, it's too bulky. To send it back for 30 days and say fix it, I can't support that.
Commissioner Rice?
I just have a question. Was there a second to the motion?
No.
I thought you said it.
No.
That's why I was asking. 'Cause
No, I didn't second anything.
I misunderstood the chair. I misunderstood the chair.
Yes, no. I said I was looking for a second. Commissioner Sayoc?
I will second the motion, and I want to be very specific that what I am looking for is a landscape plan, because I do believe that particularly on the hillside, landscaping is integral to the shape of and design of the house. And so for me, I hope that is as specific as it gets. I want a full landscape plan so that it is a full, complete package that I am looking at and approving.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Commissioner Kane.
In response to Commissioner O'Donnell, what the council does with what we do can give us some guidance, but as you know, their job is legislative, and they can pretty much do what they want. Our job is quasi-judicial, and we're limited to applying the language that we have. So we take two different views of things, the council and the commission, and I don't feel compelled. They did something, it's done, we move on to another question, and we still have the same language that we need to protect, and we still have the same hillsides that we need to protect.
And Commissioner O'Donnell, is this going to be a back and forth?
No.
Okay.
No, in fact, I'm not responding to that. But I am saying this. What is the motion now? The commissioner making the motion wants certain changes, which has nothing to do with what the seconder of the motion just said. So the applicant's supposed to do what? Well, let me finish what I'm saying. Commissioner Kane's motion is founded on some substantial modifications that he invited people to add to the list. Perhaps I misunderstood the seconder, but the seconder is saying, if you come back with one thing, the complete landscape plan, That's what I want to see. So I just want to make sure the seconder and the maker are on the same motion.
The maker asked the commissioners for very
Commissioner
specific...
Sayak,
Sorry
this is,
about
just
that.
for the record.
For the record. He asked commissioners to add on specifics that he would like included in the motion, and that is what I've done. That is my concern. Huh?
And that is what I understood. Okay, does any other commissioner want to add anything to that motion? Commissioner Michichi, is that?
No, I'm not supporting. Soon have you make a call on it so we can get on to the right one.
Okay. I would support this. I mean, well, I'm not sure if I would either. All right, I call the motion. All those in favor?
Aye.
And against? Okay, so, wait a minute, that was 2 to 5. All right. So, Commissioner Kane.
I wanted to call on Commissioner Michichi for the right one.
As I see it, the issue here is bulk, okay? And if I look at what the consulting architect has said, he's made some suggestions. I would make a motion to approve this project with the modifications to be done. Any modification be done with the consulting architect and approved by the Director of Community Development, including some of the events we've seen in here. That's the type of motion I would make. You asked me what
I
type I
didn't
would
hear
make.
that.
I'm not making it.
Oh, you're not making, okay, wait a minute.
That's the right one.
Commissioner Michichi, was that not a motion? It was not a motion, okay. Do we want,
You have
okay, are we going to make the motion? We're going to make a motion, okay.
Okay. I make a motion to approve architecture and site. Let me get it here. SO7-4, requesting approval to construct a new residence on property zoned R12, APN 529-31041. I find that the proposed project is categorically exempt pursuant to Section 15303 of the California Environmental Quality Act as adopted by the town, Exhibit N. The report is stated, and I find it's substantially in compliance with the Hillside Development Standards and Guidelines, and we are granting the exceptions, the 2 exceptions that we've discussed in the item. I determined that the project is in conformance for consideration for architecture and site applications set forth in Section 292150 of the zoning ordinance, and I approved the architecture and site application subject to the conditions in Exhibit O as shown in the revised development plan. I would add that on the landscaping plan that be returned to the Planning Commission when it is complete for a separate hearing, and that's it.
Okay, and we have a motion from Commissioner Michichi and a second from Commissioner Rice. And we have a question from Commissioner O'Donnell.
I would ask the maker of the motion whether you would consider amending the motion to reflect Commissioner Bourgeois' concern on keeping fill on site.
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay, so that simply was that apparently with minor exceptions, the idea would be not to do further fill on site than was originally said to be necessary, as opposed to simply trying to accommodate truck traffic. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so thank you.
Commissioner Bourgeois?
Also, if the maker of the motion, I'd like to clarify that the landscaping plans will include fencing. If we could just make that clear.
Complete landscape plan.
All right, I just want to be clear that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, and I forgot to ask Commissioner Rice, would you accept?
Yes.
Thank you. I would like to ask the maker of the motion, could we possibly put in the conditions that the applicant work with the town architect to better integrate that protruding, porch that's off of the back? It's an unsupported bay that's off the back of the house.
You asking that to be reviewed by the
To
consulting
be
outfit?
reviewed
That's
and
fine with
better
me.
integrated.
That's
Thank
fine
you.
with me.
And with the seconder.
And that's fine.
Okay, thank you. With that, I'm going to, any other comments? No, seeing none.
Madam Chair, just
Yes.
for clarification, sorry, I just wanted to make sure, because I didn't hear it, but you probably did say it. I just wanted to
I
make
thought
sure.
it at least.
Yeah, well, you introduced it. Your motion did include incorporating the comments, thus far, the comments of the consulting architect?
Yes, yes.
Yes.
I thought I stated that, but. All right.
Okay, would we,
Thinking about it.
Right,
would
when I
you,
was thinking
Commissioner O'Donnell has a question, and then I think what I'm going to do is ask for Mr. Suda to restate the motion for us. Okay, Commissioner O'Donnell.
Just to lay to rest this issue of a pool, we don't have a pool before us, I don't believe. So could we be clear in the motion that what is being approved does not include a pool?
We can make it clearer. I'm taking that as self-evident.
Well, I just want to make sure the record reflects that what we're approving does not include.
Let the record show it then.
Okay, the record will show we do not include a pool in this motion. Okay, so Mr. Suda, would you please restate the motion just so we know what we are voting on? Thank you.
The motion that we have before you is a motion to approve with the following additional conditions of approval, that the applicant shall modify the roof and wall planes at the northeast section of the house in accordance with the consulting architect's suggestions. The revised design is subject to the approval of the consulting architect and the Director of Community Development. Second additional condition is that a complete landscape plan shall be returned to the Planning Commission for approval prior to the issuance of building permits. Third is that no additional export shall be retained on site. Fourth, that the applicant shall work with the consulting architect to better integrate the unsupported bay. That revision is subject to the approval of the Director of Community Development, and that, for the record, a pool is not approved under this motion.
Okay, Commissioners, I'm going to call for the motion. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And opposed? Nay. Okay, I have a 5 yes and 2 no.
Appeal rights. Anyone dissatisfied with the decision of the Planning Commission may appeal the decision to the Town Council. The appeal must be filed within 10 days. It must be filed upstairs in the Clerk Department. There is a fee for filing an appeal.
Thank you. We are going to take a 5-minute break. I'm sorry, we just need to stand up, and we'll see you back here in 5 minutes. Thanks. like to call the meeting to order. Thank you very much for that much-needed break. Citizen Ray, would you please find your seat? Thank you very much. Okay, we have item number 4 is next on our agenda, and that is at 15200 Los Gatos Boulevard. And Ms. Davis, I understand you're giving the report tonight. Thank you. And Commissioner, just a minute, Ms. Davis. Commissioner Sea?
Unfortunately, I am disqualified from this item because I live within 500 feet of the proposed project.
Okay, thank you. Then we'll see you back. Ms. Davis.
The Commission considered this application on March 28th, and after receiving considerable public testimony and discussing the proposal, the application was continued to this meeting. The applicant was directed to look at a number of different items, and those were to adhere to the required setbacks for the CH zone, to preserve tree 29, and to meet the setback recommended by the consulting arborist between the building and the tree, to use the finger landscape islands in the parking area rather than the proposed diamond-shaped planters, to make the Los Gatos Boulevard entrance a one-way, that the architecture and site application should be reviewed by the Planning Commission. All trees were recommended for preservation by the consulting arborist for it to be saved. And the applicant was also asked to consider modifying the corner of the building at Lark and Los Gatos Boulevard to address a concern about safety and to make sure that the project was in fully compliance with the mitigated negative declaration that's being recommended. The applicant has addressed all of these items with the exception of the one-way entrance into the driveway, and they'll be addressing that when they get their opportunity to speak tonight. You do have a desk item in front of you that has 3 letters that were received after the packet was distributed to the Planning Commission. Just briefly, the first letter is from a neighbor, Rick Bodden, and he comments on the size of the building. He feels it's too large for the site. I do want to point out there is not an FAR, so we don't have that as a guide for size, so it's really a discretionary item for you. He also has a concern about the use, primarily the restaurant. The restaurant is a difficult item to deal with because we don't have a specific restaurant proposed at this point, but something the Commission could consider, given some of the concerns we're hearing from neighbors, is regulating hours. You could potentially regulate the type of restaurant that you'd like to see on the site or make a recommendation to council on that through conditions of approval that can be added to the project. Noise is another issue that we've heard several comments about. We do have a noise ordinance to deal with a lot of these items. We have a code compliance officer that goes out in response to noise complaints, and we have the police department that can be contacted on weekends. Not that we want to create a noise issue, but we do have those options. If things occur out on the property that are disturbing neighbors, we'll go out and double check those items if they come up. There is a comment also about delivery trucks and when those can arrive, and that's something we could condition. We've done that on other places. For example, Linden Plaza has restrictions on when deliveries can be made and when they can't be made. We have a letter from Jeffrey Scott, and one of the main concerns in this letter was visual impact and lack of screening between the properties. This property actually abuts the project site on the rear, so that's something that you'll want to take into consideration. A couple of other things that came from that letter are issues with whether the restaurant and the uses proposed are compatible with residential behind. There's a comment here that there's not a loading zone provided. And there is a comment about parking spaces and those being double striped, and I wanted to let you know that that is a town standard. They will be double striped. That's an automatic. There's also a comment about lighting in the parking lot on the building and not having that be obtrusive to neighbors. We have a third letter from Rick Fisher, and that talks about the lighting and noise issues that were already raised by some other neighbors, and also there's some considerations about traffic. And we're available if you have any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Davis, and thank you for reporting on the desk items as well. Commissioners, shall I give you maybe a minute to read through the desk items or two, and you'll have to excuse us. We just got these in, but we do consider this testimony that's important.
Can I ask a question? Let me ask a question.
Commissioner Kane?
Through the chair to the staff, when we get desk items like this, are they available to the public? Are they out in the lobby, or do people know what we're looking at?
place extra copies on the pew in back of us, right next to Mr. Parsons there.
Thank you. So if anybody would like a desk item, it would be on the pew that's behind Mr. Parsons. Are they all? Okay, I have.
We will make more copies.
Okay, thank you. And if you would want one, when Mr. Parsons comes back, if you would raise your hand, he'll put them over there and you'll see them. You can get them. Yes, Commissioner. Oh, Rice. Okay.
So here's an extra.
Thank you. Thank you. We're here to please. Commissioners, about another 30 seconds. Would that be enough, or do you need more time? Okay. We're ready now? Oh, all right then. Commissioner Machici, do you have a question of staff?
The staff on some of
Yes.
the comments that were made. In fact, I got a couple of questions. I wasn't here for that meeting, but I've listened to the disc that was sent to me. I'm a little confused on the ordinance regarding the islands versus the diamonds in the parking lot. And let me tell you my reason. It seemed to me with the diamonds, we had a lot more trees than we have now. And I prefer the trees. Now, since this is a PD, don't we have allowance there to have diamonds there, even though the ordinance states islands? Or am I confused on that?
You are correct. The parking ordinance does require the finger-shaped islands, and one every, I believe it's every 10 or 15 spaces. Under the plan development process, the applicant can request a modification or a deviation from that standard, and that is what the applicant did originally request. He requested some flexibility to not install those finger islands and proposed that diamond-shaped islands be installed in the parking lot. He had proposed those diamond planters, I think every 4 spaces or so, 3 or 4 spaces. At the last meeting, the commission directed the applicant to modify that design and go back to the finger parking.
Okay, I didn't know the intent behind it. So,
Commissioner Kane, and then Commissioner Rice.
Through the chair to Commissioner Machici. We discussed the diamonds, and testimony was given, as I recall, that they can create problems. People drive into them, destroy the foliage. It's just the trees can be there without the diamonds, and we can so stipulate that. But that the fingers tend to last longer, and the foliage, the plants that are put in there are better protected than they are with the diamonds. It was Commissioner O'Donnell, I think, who pointed out that it's a better idea to stick with the fingers.
Thank you, Commissioner Kane, for that explanation. And Commissioner Rice?
Just to my recollection, one of the other issues is that by going with the diamonds, it increased the number of parking spaces, which increased the number of seats available in the restaurant. And by keeping the fingers in there, it reduced the number of parking spaces, which also affected the amount of seating.
I just counted there's a difference of 1 or 2 here. It's not significant.
Okay, with that, okay, we're finished. All right, I'd like to call the applicant up, and that would be Mr. John Iasa. Welcome.
Iasa?
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Iasa.
I just want to address the commissioners and staff and just mention that we really appreciate all the time and effort you put into this project. We feel like we've followed the guidelines through staff reports and through Randy's help and Fletcher as far as the parking and traffic concerns. So what I would like to do is just have three things happen. One talk about some of the changes that we did make versus last meeting versus this meeting. We've had a month. Most of the items that you had mentioned last meeting have been addressed, except for the one traffic issue, which was a one-way going in on the one driveway. So that being said, I'm gonna defer to Ken Rodriguez. He's our architect.
Okay, would the record show Mr. Rodriguez?
Good evening.
Good evening.
Madam Chair, members of the commission. I'm sorry that I wasn't at the last hearing. I was out of town also, as Commissioner Michiche, I guess, was out too. So I really believe that the Planning Commission did deliberate and came up with some very good suggestions. With the exception of one issue, I don't need to go into all the other ones. We've made the changes as staff has outlined tonight. We think they're good changes. There are issues that we really debated and wrestled with also. So we had the same discussions that you did. We have the ordinance, we have the Los Gatos Boulevard design guidelines, we have community input, we have your input, we have staff's input. So there's a lot of stakeholders. And so I think your comments were really good. The one I would like to talk about, two things are, I'd like just to clarify the fingertip islands. Having done the fingertip islands, many of you know that I've designed a lot of projects in town. Located at one corner, both the Cornerstone project and the Starbucks / Hollywood Video across kitty corner to it. And in that site, if you drive in there, one of the major complaints that I had in the early design and a condition that didn't get changed was the narrowness of the driveway aisles, which is town ordinance, and also the fingertip islands. They are the items that get destroyed. I mean, if you look at that, there are larger cars here in Los Gatos. It is a fact. So what I was proposing was a lesson that I had learned there that I would like not to repeat. It didn't really have, although it might appear, as Commissioner Rice said, that, we could have less seats. You're right about that. There are 2 stalls that it takes to do these fingertip islands. But we proposed significantly more diamond islands. And so, therefore, we had more landscaping, which was better protection to the neighborhood in the back. And we added shade and green foliage to the parking lot. And, of course, we had a sketch that we've submitted in our packet to you that shows the difference of the two. So while the drawings now show fingertip islands, I do believe that they would be better served with the diamonds. Second off, the one-way, the southerly entrance should be one way. Originally, when this was the Flames Restaurant, of course, the circulation was almost identical to what we're proposing. So when it was a commercial building, it circulated exactly the way we're proposing. I believe, after consulting with our traffic engineer, after consulting with staff, I think it would be a mistake to have a one entrance in. What we ought to be able to do is get traffic in and out of this project very easily, from other lessons that we've learned in the community and other projects we've designed. And this easement that works so well between the Office Depot has been there before the Office Depot was there. So I think that you could see, if you really go out and you try to visualize only one entrance into this, while it would work, it is not the best solution. The best solution is what we've proposed. And I really hope tonight that the Commission really debates that. Ask me any questions, please, that you want. But I really hope, of anything, you would say that is a condition that we agree with the applicant and the architect that we shouldn't impose.
Okay. On time.
Any questions?
Do we have any questions of Mr. Rodriguez? Mr. O'Donnell, followed by Mr. Bourgeois.
This may or may not be of Mr. Rodriguez. It may have been of the prior speaker. In our desk item, we have 3 letters. I think perhaps you've seen them. I don't know. But one of the writers, Mr. Scott, raises a number of questions, but one question I'd like to ask whoever is prepared to answer, and that is the statement that the trees that had been apparently there approved before, shown before, are no longer shown. You may know what I'm talking about. He apparently called you, he says, and I'd like you to comment on that allegation.
Conversations we had with the Scotts, we did agree to do some extra planting in their backyard based on us getting the diamonds approved with the foliage on our property, as well as fixing the fence and doing some intertwining of existing bushes, and in addition putting some about eight extra bushes in his backyard. Since we did not get the diamonds approved and he did not support the project, we took it off the table.
Commissioner Kane, was that, or Commissioner Bourgeois had, excuse me, Commissioner Kane?
Commissioner O'Donnell asked the question I was going to ask, so.
Oh, all right.
Go to
Thank you very much. Okay, and Commissioner Kane.
Did you say you removed the trees because he didn't support the diamonds?
No, we removed the trees that we had offered into his backyard because he did not support the project.
Why is that?
Why is that? Why is it he didn't support the project? I don't know why he didn't support the project.
You told him if you supported the project, you'd give him the trees?
He put the trees in his backyard. That's correct.
Thank you.
Do I have any other questions? Seeing none, I guess we don't have any other questions right now, but I do have some speaker cards. Right here under my papers. The first speaker would be Mark Von Cannell.
So Mark Von Cannell, I currently reside at 245.
Excuse me, I'm sorry, Von Cannell.
Von Cannell. You want to be the first. Currently reside at 245 Carlton Court, that is directly behind the site. Again, as the neighbors, we would like to see the site developed. We want to work with the developer in doing that. As recently going through a development myself, we recognize the fact that you had to go to the neighbors first and help them design your project to get their support. We feel that while the developer tried this in the beginning, it was basically the size of the project is going to be 10,000 square feet. Neighbors, we didn't like that. There was no give or take on that. It was basically, that's what we're doing. We're doing 10,000 square feet. And the concern of that size is just, again, dealing with the traffic issues, the intensity of the project. There's questions regarding the access to the project, the easement. What happens when that easement is terminated, if it does become terminated? What happens with the bus stop that's approximately 20 feet in front of the current access to this project? Is that access going to be relocated? What's going to happen when there's a bus stop there? And what's the traffic flow going to be tied up back in there? So those are the major concerns with the neighborhood. I mean, you've already heard everything else from the neighbors and on your desk item there, and I'm not going to reiterate it. I will tell you one issue that really upset most of the neighbors today is we were really appalled to hear the scenario that we just heard now, was that simply because some of the neighbors didn't support this project, some of the items that were promised to them originally were being pulled back, which brings the question up, if we continue not to support this project and it gets approved, what other issues are we going to have to deal with out of whatever issues might arise from that? So those are the concerns we have as neighbors. Again, we would love to work with the developer to have a nice project there, but I think there's quite a bit of redesign that needs to be done.
Do we have any questions? Mr. Von Cannell, would you wait, please? And that would be Commissioner Bourgeois.
Thank you for taking the time to come out and speak on this project. Just a bottom line, do you think the changes that were made alleviate any of the concerns that you as a neighbor had on the project?
Basically what they did is they pushed the project back closer to our houses, kept it the same size, and lowered the height. That's how we see it.
Okay, thank you.
No other questions. Thank you. Mr. Jeffrey Scott. Let the records reflect that we're going to put something on the overhead. Is that correct?
No, this is for you guys to see.
Would you please state your name and address?
Jeffrey Scott, 249 Carlton Court in Los Gatos.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Paulson, what are you handing out to us?
The clock's ticking while he's doing this.
Well, we'll give you a few extra seconds.
I'd like to call your attention to the areas I've highlighted in yellow before I start. All right, I will be talking about 4 issues. I'll try to stay calm even though it's difficult in this situation. Trees, parking, traffic, and hours of operation. In the landscape plan submitted for March 28, 12 trees were to be planted in my backyard to provide a visual screen between my home and the proposed development. Those trees have been eliminated from the new landscape plan by the developer without any notice, discussion, or communication. This could have a devastating impact on my property. I tried to resolve this issue on my own so I wouldn't have to involve you. I called the developer on April 21st at 12:36 p.m. I asked why the trees had been removed. The developer responded verbatim, "You didn't support our project. We have no reason to do that anymore." End quote. He quickly ended the conversation after that. I hope my local government will not allow such petulance and vindictiveness to carry the day. I simply ask that you have a tree screen put back into the plan so that my property is protected as it should be. I go into great detail about this issue in my letter, which includes photos of the site from my backyard. I will make 2 other quick points here. There is currently very little visual screening for my property. The town's general plan, as well as the commercial design guidelines for Los Gatos Boulevard, require a buffer between commercial and residential. The commercial design guidelines go so far as to require a landscape buffer. And number 2, the developer himself talked extensively at March 28 meeting about the importance and the value of that tree screen. And there is no quid pro quo at all. To say otherwise is an absolute lie. I'm also asking you to stipulate that the trees must be installed prior to groundbreaking to help protect my children and my entire family from dust and other airborne particles created by construction. The trees could also help to hide the unsightliness of the construction site. Changing gears now to a new topic. The building design has no loading zone, which on its face is absolutely ridiculous. A shopping center without a loading zone just to save a few parking spots and get some more seats in a restaurant. Where are the trucks going to stop for deliveries without clogging up that very narrow little parking lot? I propose converting the parking spaces on the building's north edge, which is highlighted in orange on your plans, facing Office Depot, into a loading zone. It would keep the noise, the fumes, the vibration, and the smell of idling trucks away from neighbors and out of that exceptionally tight parking lot. Not only does this make good sense, my letter includes legal support for it. Regarding traffic, you heard from a parade of neighbors last month about the ridiculous impact of a 10,000 square foot shopping center at an impacted intersection of Lark and Los Gatos Boulevard. And with the old Swanson location on Gateway Drive just a couple 100 feet away about to be redeveloped, traffic could become nightmarish for shoppers, commuters, anybody in the community. Bottom line, a smaller, less intense land use at Lark and Los Gatos Boulevard is the responsible solution. And finally, the concerns I stated last month about hours of operation still stand. I hope we can discuss this issue before any PD is approved. The developer refuses to discuss it. I think it is only fair to the neighborhood that we know the rules of the game for this property up front. Thank you. I have a lot more to say. I hope I'll have some questions.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. I think you do have some questions. Commissioner Kane.
Mr. Scott, you mentioned the striping, I think, at the last meeting, and you heard earlier that it's going to be pretty much the way we think it should be. That is to say, I called Parks and Public Works because of your issue on single lines. I share that concern. And what Ms. Davis said earlier, it's town standard that the lines now be double, that they're 18 inches apart, the 2 white lines. I call them horseshoe, they call them double lines. And that the lots, the actual stall itself, again, is a town standard. It's 8.5 feet, 18 inches of which is going to be taken up by the double lines. So it's town standard that they be 7 feet wide with 2 double white line, 18 inches on both sides. The stalls are not any smaller or larger than anybody else's. This is the town standard. Fortunately, we're using the double lines as town standard because I think that's a really good idea. Second item is on your tree question. I wanted to point out, and staff can correct me if I'm wrong, we can probably have conditions of all sorts of interesting things on his side of the fence. I don't know what I don't think we can mandate anything be put on your property. I think that's inappropriate, and I probably wouldn't pursue it. If he wants to do it as an item of goodwill later on, that's great, but I don't think that's within our purview.
May I please respond to that?
Yes.
It's okay with the chair.
Yes.
It was in the plan last month, and no one objected to it up there on that commission. No one asked him to remove those trees. It was in there, and you guys approved it, or at least you did not ask for any changes to it.
All I'm saying is that it's his election. It's not something we can do. And I appreciate a good letter. It's a good letter. Thank you.
Do we have another, can we get a clarification on that? Yeah. You have a follow-up, wait a minute, I would like a clarification on what we can.
Can I respond to that? Because I've got an answer to that.
Oh, do you? Thank you. Commissioner O'Donnell has extensive experience in land use.
I have an opinion, which is not rare for me. My opinion is simply this. Yes, we cannot require them to plant trees on your property. However, we can give them a choice. They can either plant on their property, or with your permission, they can plant on your property. The same effect would occur. It seems to me that if you were generous enough to allow them to plant it on your property, we have the same result. So all I'm trying to say is there's more than one way to skin a cat.
But we can't mandate it.
Thank you. Commissioner Bourgeois.
Along those same lines, but a little different tact, you've heard us talk about these triangles versus these fingers. Do you have a preference from your perspective as to what would buffer your property better?
It's not clear. The developer, you can understand why I'm a little bit dubious about anything he says. He claims that he can put more trees in with the diamonds rather than the fingers. Frankly, I think where there's a will, there's a way, or where there's an ordinance, there's a way. And if you guys want to force him to put trees there, even with the fingers, he can probably figure out how to do it to get his building built. That's what I think. So between the fingers and the islands, I don't really care. I'd rather see the building smaller. So if the fingers make it smaller, I'd rather have it smaller. But the trees are important because it's overwhelming. I have a beautiful backyard, and it's unusable if that building goes up. I mean, those pictures are in black and white. I don't know if they're clear, but it would just overwhelm my property. It would overwhelm my property and make it unusable in the backyard. And he doesn't care. He absolutely does not care. He's lied to you about our conversation.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I don't see any other questions for this evening. Thank you very much, Mr. Scott. Commissioner Kane, you have a question of staff before I bring up the other.
I was thinking about the idea on truck loading, unloading. Earlier, someone mentioned something about a loading zone in these plans. Am I correct, Mr. Suda? Was there a revision or an idea regarding trucks on the property?
Shall defer that to Ms. Davis.
What is
Ms. Davis, could you answer that?
There's not a loading zone proposed. The code doesn't require one, but if you feel it's appropriate, that's something that could be added to the plan. We don't have loading zones at all shopping centers. If you look at standard retail centers, it's not typical.
So it would be within our discretion to address that if we thought that was a good idea?
Yes, if you think it's appropriate for the project, absolutely.
Thank you.
Maybe this is a good time for me to ask Mr. Suda to talk a little bit about the PD that we are looking at in relationship to this project and what we can and cannot do with that PD before we go on. Would the commission indulge me in that? Thank you very much.
Thank you. The applicant is pursuing a plan development application. A plan development, in effect, is a rezoning. It's applying a plan development overlay to the commercial highway zone. They had two options when they approached development of this site. One is to propose development under the standard architectural and site application process. In that case, you would be looking, as the term implies, at the design of the building and the design of the site plan. You would not be considering the uses. The applicant has proposed a plan development overlay, which allows some flexibility from the town's development standards. On the other hand, it does, because it is a zone change, it does open up the issue of the appropriate uses that can be allowed. You can get into operational characteristics, and you can get into use issues that would not normally have been your purview had they pursued this under the normal architectural and site application process. That's kind of the trade-off of going with the plan development approach, is that it is a zone change, and with the zone change, it opens up other issues that would not normally be addressed had they gone through the standard A&S process.
So that would mean restaurant hours, loading dock, if we wanted to call that, and I don't even know what else we might want to look at here, but hours of operation for lighting in the parking lot. I know that one of the one of the letters referred to how there was a metered lighting of the original lighting in the car lot in the Brick Flames restaurant. So
yeah, lighting would be appropriate for you to address under either scenario, certainly under this one. You can discuss the types of restaurants that would be allowed. You can talk about the hours of operation, or you can defer that to a subsequent conditional use permit when a specific restaurant is identified. So you have a couple options there. Loading zone, you certainly within your purview to address that also, again, under either scenario.
now, when you say address, are you saying it becomes a condition of approval then?
Yes, you would impose that as a condition of approval.
Okay. Commissioners, do we have any other questions about that? Commissioner Bourgeois?
I'd also like clarification on landscaping, because we're having a lot of conversation about landscaping, and that's typically something we see at Ark and Site, correct?
Yeah, under the plan development process, as stipulated in the town code, what the code requires is quote, the official development plan. That's a very conceptual plan showing the building locations, the architectural theme. The details on the architecture, landscaping, things like that are normally deferred to the architectural and site application step. In this case, the applicant has provided very detailed architectural drawings, has provided a specific landscape plan to provide a better sense of what this project would look like. So there is a landscape plan in the package that's been submitted before you.
Okay, well, thank you very much.
So if I could follow up.
Go ahead, Commissioner Bourgeois.
So is it appropriate to comment? I mean, basically, you're saying what we see is what we're going to get in Ark and Site, or not necessarily?
Not necessarily. You should feel free to condition and make modifications to the landscape plan, and those would be reviewed at the architectural and site stage.
Great, thank you.
Okay. I think that was good. All right, let's continue the public hearing then with Susan Kinkle. Okay, then thank you very much. We will move on to Lee Quintana.
One of the things I was going to talk about was using the power of the PD. It's been talked about. I encourage you to do it. Limit the uses, limit the size of the restaurant, limit the hours. This is an issue of neighborhood compatibility. The issues that I want to address are the easement, the mechanical equipment, the landscaping, and the general plan, the Los Gatos Boulevard plan, and the commercial design guidelines. All of those three things deal with Los Gatos Boulevard in saying that this section of Los Gatos Boulevard, in saying that there is a very sensitive resident commercial interface, and that needs to be addressed. It emphasizes pedestrian-friendly, pedestrian access, maintaining the views from the mountains, especially from signalized intersections, and also emphasizes increased landscaping for the parking lots and buffering the residential. I believe that, you know, if he doesn't want to put the trees on the neighbor's property as he originally proposed, that landscaping buffer should be increased on the property side to allow for more trees. Pedestrian friendly and pedestrian access. There's a bus stop there. That's going to encourage people to use the shuttle if they want to come there to Office Depot maybe. There is no direct pedestrian access from Los Gatos Boulevard to this development. It is all through the parking lot. There should be access from the boulevard directly. The site plan doesn't show me where the restaurants are going to be and doesn't correspond with the 4,000 square feet restaurant. There's a 3,000 square feet something and a 1,000 square feet something. I don't know how that works. I would suggest, this is my suggestion, in reference to the easement, I don't think we should be designing projects where we have to assume that 15 years down the line that easement is going to continue. Unless it's locked in slate, I think the project needs to be designed assuming that easement will not be available at that time. Assuming that, getting rid of those 8 parking places and the parking places necessary for the turnaround, if that were the case, there's going to be a lot less room for that size restaurant, and I think that the restaurants ought to be sized with that in consideration. Bring the parking down to meet the circumstances. My other question is that is possible to require an 8-foot masonry wall between residences and commercial, and I do have some other things I'd like to say about the location of mechanical equipment. If you ask me the question, please.
Okay. Commissioner Machichi?
That's that question.
Okay. Commissioner Machichi has asked you that question.
Okay, the mechanical equipment. It's not clear to me from the plans whether I'm seeing a roof plan or not. It appears that there's mechanical equipment on the roof. It's not clear to me whether it's going to be visible above the roof. It's not clear to me where the grease traps are going to go and where they're going to be visible. And in respect to noise from to the neighbors, where that's going to happen. In terms of the fire, what are they called? The fire department requires pressure reductors or pressure something or others. They are located on the front of Los Gatos Boulevard. The general plan says they should be located in an inconspicuous location. Could they be relocated behind the short 3-foot wall or the monument sign? I guess that's basically it. I think that except for maintaining the views, this building blocks all the views of the hillside from all directions. And that alone, to me, means that it's too large for this site. Given the problems with the neighbors and being sensitive to the neighbors, I think everything could be addressed if the building itself were smaller and the uses were defined clearly to the benefit of the neighbors and increase the landscaping.
Thank you very much. Do we have any other additional questions of Ms. Quintana? Seeing none, thank you. Okay, I will call the applicant up now, close the public hearing and call the applicant back up. Oh, Mr. Davis, I get a check next to my name. I know, I forgot. It was right here in front of me. Citizen Ray, I apologize. This time I apologize.
Oh, it's been a tough night. Yes, I'd like to respond to some of the essence of the proposal. As it's been said by a number of speakers, it's just too damn big. It's 4 pounds of you-know-what trying to be shoehorned into a pound box. It's a itty bitty little 1 acre lot, okay? And the previous Flames building was 1/3 the size of this. What is proposed is a 300% increase in the building, okay? And I want to tell you the intensity of use that this will create will not to be believed. So some of the issues that need to be brought up. Number one, I did some research and I came up with this summary handout of the CH zoning district. Guess what? The proposal is unlawful under the zoning district. And the developer hasn't mentioned it, and the staff hasn't mentioned it. Let me read it to you. Lots in the CH zone that abut or are across the street from a lot in a residential zone must, mandatory, must comply with the following minimum yard requirements. Front yard, 25 feet setback. And what do you have? You have a 15-foot setback. That's all. It's deceit, dishonesty, and the usual unbelievable rape of the due process. And is anybody there with any integrity that's going to stand up for the integrity of the process? I wonder. It also says, plus 1 foot for each foot a building exceeds 20 foot in height. This building is 24.5 foot now, so you got to add 5 more feet to the setback, as per the law, the ordinance. Does anybody care? I don't think so. And you've got some neighbors down there that have spent a lot of money on their property, okay? Remodeling big time, all right? You look inside those homes and it's Beverly Hills remodel. Beautiful, gorgeous. Their backyards are fantastic. The little private bars and so forth with all the straw on top, swimming pools. They've invested a tremendous amount of money in gorgeous backyards. And what do you have? You have these guys coming up here, and they're going to squeeze the hell out of the backyards with obscene noise, obscene intensity.
Thank you, Mr. Davis.
The horns from parking cars will drive everybody crazy.
Thank you, Mr. Davis.
Anybody care? Is
Mr.
anybody
Davis?
there?
Thank you. I'm going to ask Ms. Davis, would you please comment on the what exactly the application is for, as far as how it relates to what Mr. Davis was reading from the pamphlet? We'll get your answer.
The rear setback is the only setback that abuts a residential zone. So the rear setback has to be increased because of that. The front and side setbacks do not abut residential zones and can meet the commercial setbacks. So the setbacks that are proposed are meeting the setbacks required by the CH zone.
And I just read you verbatim.
Okay, but we are asking for a
And
zone.
I'm going to submit this as evidence.
Yeah, they comply. Okay. Thank you. That is the last speaker card I have, so I'd like to call the applicant back up.
Good evening. My name is Ken Rodriguez, and I'll go through a few things that were mentioned tonight and any questions that you might have. I'd love to answer. And I'm just going to go as I heard. The trees and diamonds versus diamonds, I really hope that this commission considers the diamond. In your packet, there are drawings that show significantly more diamonds that were proposed than the ordinance requires with the fingertip islands. So when the residents say landscaping was taken away, they're correct. What this developer would like to propose, the applicant, is the diamond islands and all of the planning that was associated with this application at the previous commission hearing. That includes the planting of plants in the adjacent property. It includes the additional buffer and all of the diamonds. And I really believe that the project not only gets more landscaping, which is something you really heard the residents ask for tonight, you get a better functioning parking lot. I really hope you would consider that. 2, lighting. We are proposing and have shown in our packet a full lighting plan with 0 cutoff light fixtures. That was an issue with the residents. We concur with that. We have shown that in our packet, and that would be zoned in to this particular approval. Hours of operation. We are open to any of the, right now we're open to the standard hours of operation like every other business would be up and down Los Gatos Boulevard. But if there's something that you as a commission feel strong about with the hours, we would bring that back to you when we have a specific tenant. Commissioner Quintana, ex-Commissioner Quintana, excuse me, brought up a lot of good points that I'd like to jump through that, again, we can't answer at this time without a tenant. They have no specific tenants for this building, and that is, where is the restaurant going? Well, it would be going on the southern side of the building, right where the outdoor patio is, an outdoor fireplace that's facing Los Gatos Boulevard. We did that specifically to take any noise and would push that to the boulevard. There's nothing opening out to the residents. That's important from a sound standpoint and an access standpoint. She also mentioned the access from Los Gatos Boulevard. There is a sidewalk that ties together with Los Gatos Boulevard and runs along the entire east side of our project, and pedestrian access would be developed from the boulevard. So I believe the current plans meet that standard. Mechanical equipment would be screened behind the roof, and you would not be able to see any once we had a tenant and could design that. Likewise with grease traps. I'm not sure where they would be, but I thought that was a good comment, along with the fire PIVs, which I hate too, and we always landscape them, put them in a non-conspicuous space, like behind the signage, as she suggested. Those could all be conditions of approval, or we'll bring those items back to you, but we are addressing them too. She spoke to the view of the hills, which I don't necessarily agree.
Excuse me, wrap up, but then I bet we have questions.
Okay.
So I'd like to finish.
I just like to, I would like to, and I would like to get each item so that the public knows.
Do you have any other items that you would like to disclose? Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez. You may continue.
Thank you very much. The loading zone. This particular building size, per the ordinance, is not required a loading zone. Most of these smaller multi-tenant projects offload at hours prior to opening, so that would be sometime between 8 and 10. Sometime between 8 and 10, and it would be very similar to any and many buildings up and down Los Gatos Boulevard. What we could do, though, is a trick that we did at the Denholm Harris Shopping Center at Los Gatos Village Square, just up the road, and we just extended a couple parking stalls that were longer. If the commission felt that would be appropriate, we would do that. That way a truck could come in when the hours that they do and not be affected by it. The last item that was mentioned was the easement. This particular developer went to great lengths to get this easement, more than any previous users on the site had. They were all 6 months. That included the auto dealer, that included the Flames restaurant, and now they've gone and said, here's 15 years. We also have included in your packet what happens if that easement is gone. We show a drawing that cuts that off, shows how the parking lot would be reworked, and then the developer understands that a restaurant use probably couldn't happen in that space 15 years from now. They wouldn't have the parking to support it, or at least the same size. So they would release that space, and knowing that they would have to do that, to a normal retail user, which it does meet the parking requirements. So staff's done a really good job of answering many of your questions, and we've supported them with the documentation for it. That was awful long. I appreciate the time you gave me.
Thank you. Do we have questions of the applicant? Commissioner Kane.
When the bell rang the first time, you were just commenting on the view.
Yes.
And the words you get out of your mouth was, I don't agree. And then what was it you don't agree with?
Well, okay, and I'll tell you something of how the process works. Initially, we put up the story poles. As you know, I've been a strong proponent of that. The neighborhood, our client, the applicant, met with the neighborhood. They said it looks awful tall. We reduced the height. I agreed with them. You all looked at it and said, you know, and staff did too, can we do anything else? We reduced it again with this particular application. So from my standpoint, this is one of the smaller, in terms of height, commercial buildings that will be located along Los Gatos Boulevard. And I really do not believe a 20 to 24 foot high building. Now, I'm sure you could stand next to any building and not see a view of the hills, but it is not going to be an obstruction. And I think the residents had a big, strong part of that. You did too at the last meeting. That's how I would have responded.
Commissioner Kane, you have, Commissioner Bourgeois.
Thank you, and I'm sorry you weren't able to make the last meeting. Obviously, we had a lot of discussion about this project, and when I asked, could the north setback be increased by 4 feet to help protect that significant tree on the corner, as tree 28, I believe.
Yes.
The answer I got was, well, we don't want to do that because that would mean a reduction in X number of square feet. That was the answer I received at the last meeting.
Okay.
And so when we heard all this concern about the intensity of the use, and I think, at least I felt that this is a very intense use for this site as well, when we were increasing these setbacks, I expected to see a project come back that was smaller in size, because we were told that by moving these setbacks meant a reduction in square footage. So I just want to go through what was your process in trying to meet these setbacks?
Yes.
And how did you manage to maintain the same square footage?
Yes, good question. What we did is we reduced area on the north side of the project, and we extended it by 2 feet on the east wing that stuck out. So it wasn't a great change. I mean, the good thing about the setback in terms of those pine trees is the arborist I've worked very closely with on many projects, and she really understands what we're trying to do in terms of architecture. I want to save every tree that I can. I hate pine trees. Many of you may have heard that before, but having said that, we want to save every tree that we can. And so I basically was proposing where the current line was of the old auto mall, that we wouldn't extend into that, because I believe that that's right. Her point is, well, maybe some of those roots have grown under the foundation. This is what I would recommend. So we concur with that. So we moved the building back. We were able to extend it slightly on the small west wing that comes out, or the east wing that comes out in this length. And so and also we set the building back, as you saw.
So basically, if I may continue,
yes,
by moving it away from the street, you've moved it closer to the neighbors.
No, the back end of the building, so that's where I disagree. The back end of the building has stayed where it is. We pushed the square footage around. If you recall, previously, I was asking to average the setback. And the reason I like this average, it's just my opinion. It's just my opinion. This alignment of the whole world coming down at 15 feet or 25 feet, pick a number, it's just, it has no creativity to it. And it doesn't allow this animation of building in and out and up and down. And so what we were trying to do is we said, let's average the setback, not create this straight line. Because you could go out there today and see the straight line. It's a big 15-foot grass line right now. I just think the creativity of the previous scheme was better. And again, that's just my opinion. We did meet the intent, because we exceeded the amount of square footage of landscaping that was going to be out on the Los Gatos Boulevard frontage in the old scheme. We had more than what's there today.
Yes, you may continue.
If I can actually shift gears just one other thing, and I want to understand this triangle versus finger issue from your perspective.
Yes.
You don't have to put any trees in a parking lot, let's say, and you can fit 100 parking spaces along a strip.
Mm-hmm.
To add triangles, you don't lose any parking spaces. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Now, may I just comment on why I believe the fingertips islands are a problem? If you've visited the Hollywood Video building, that angle of the parking lot is very unique. Go across the street at the Cornerstone, and they're all 90 degree. This is turned at 45, exactly how this site is. So these larger trucks, these Suburbans, and other things that happen to exist here in town have difficulty maneuvering around this projection that comes out the entire 18-foot length of the stall. So my suggestion was, let's get more landscaping. Let's do it with these diamond islands. And nobody is trying to take anything away or do like you said, in terms of more cars. That wasn't the intent. The intent was to get more planting.
Okay, Commissioner Bourgeois.
If I can just respond, I was going to let it go there, but my intent in asking that question is we can have the fingers and you can still insert some triangles and not lose any parking. That's where I was going to go with this. So
You could do that. You could absolutely do that.
Commissioner Machichi?
Since there seems to be a thought that the Diamonds is really to add more parking, therefore get more seats in the restaurant, it seems to me that you have another reason. So would you mind restricting the restaurant regardless if we had just Diamonds?
I'd have to ask the applicant that. 4,000 feet is sort of their target.
No, restricting the amount of people in the restaurant, not the footage.
So in other words, restrict the seats that were lost by putting back in the the fingertip islands.
I think you understand what I'm saying.
Yes.
So that wouldn't bother you.
I believe so, right? Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
So, do we have any other questions? Commissioner O'Donnell.
Mr. Rodriguez, I think you mentioned the Starbucks Center across the street from where Lenardi's is. That's a very difficult center to drive through and to park.
Yes.
Did you design that?
I did. Now, I can also recall coming to the Planning Commission and asking that the driveways be made wider. And it was a debate just amongst your predecessors. It was decided to keep it to town standards. When we did a PD here, the first thing I came in to talk to staff about was widening the driveway, which is what we're proposing here. So this particular project is wider in terms of its aisle space and will be easier to maneuver in than that center. So from my standpoint, I learned from that. And I would suggest that sometimes the ordinance has to be looked at. And I know you do that as commissioners. In this case, I would have liked to have had that driveway there 2 feet wider. And I believe a lot of the problems that exist today wouldn't exist there.
So you're saying then that the drawing that we're looking at, I think it's your drawing, but whichever, I've got your package too. Shows a driveway with stalls on either side.
That's right.
And that driveway is 2 feet wider.
It's 26 feet wide versus the ordinance of 24.
And you believe that extra 2 feet, I'm just personal experience in driving through the Starbucks Center is very difficult.
I agree with you, and it's an issue I had with the ordinance and with what ended up, getting approved there. And staff has heard this, and it's not, and any other site with 90-degree parking, I think you don't have quite that problem. It's this 45-degree angle, and I've tried to figure it out, believe me. And I believe that's all I can, put to it. And I think the extra 2 feet will be a big difference in how those cars maneuver in there.
And the 10,000 square feet, which did not change, it was simply rearranged.
Yes.
I assume that 10,000 square feet is not an architectural design number. Did the client decide how big this was supposed to be, and then you design around it?
Well, that's a good question, a really good question. The way we start with this is we typically look at all the ordinance. And so we go through and we lay out all of the setbacks, what the landscape requirements are. I visualize where the building ought to be. We review that with staff, our client. So we come back kind of with something that obviously meets all of the ordinance requirements. That's number one. Number two, we also look at having the architectural consultant look at it, review it, critique it, meet with him, discuss it. So there's kind of all the history that got to it. Is, from my standpoint, the building's designed meeting those requirements. Do I like the design? Obviously I do, or I would never have brought it here. I think, bulk and mass are again, typically not part of what we do, but they fall out in terms of these overall design criteria I just spoke of.
Thank you.
You bet.
Commissioner Rice.
for a process question, I guess, your client at the beginning of the hearing made it very clear he'd like an up or down vote tonight. And at the previous hearing, I made a comment that while your project might meet the letter of the law, I'm not sure how much it meets the spirit of the law. And when there's a conflict between the residences and a commercial design, I'm probably going to come down more on the side of the residents because they're going to be significantly impacted. And not that I'm picking a number specific, but I'm just, as an example, if we came out and could come to some consensus on a 7,500 square foot building or an 8,000 square foot building as being more compatible with the residences, would you rather have a denial of the 10,000 square feet or an approval of something else?
Well, you know, I've been before you many times. I haven't gotten a denial ever. But on the other hand, I think, you know, I think that the residents tonight and in their letters bring up a really good point on this landscape buffer. And I do believe it was always the applicant's goal to try to meet that with them. I think it's clear from the meetings they had, the documentation that staff has. So I take a little bit of objection in protecting them to say that they just took it off the table and aren't talking. What I just proposed tonight was, I think you should add that back in, whether it's with the fingertip islands and diamonds or just the diamonds only. Okay, that's number one. So that's an issue that I believe to be correct. Now, when someone says the building is just too big, that's a perceived issue or it's a technical issue. On a technical side, the traffic report, which you require us to do, says it's not too big. Okay, and I want to technically look at that first. So then I come back and I say, how do I mitigate the perceived idea? I lower the building height. I create a lot of animation. I use different materials. I create these outdoor patios, which none exist today on Los Gatos Boulevard, which could really be nice. So I create deeper shadows and shades so that all of a sudden this building is starting to work in a lot of ways. So when someone says it's just too big, I have to say to them, it's not based on really any fact. It's based on their feeling. And while I am very sympathetic to that, as an architect, I'm taking that into consideration too in this design. So,
Commissioner Rice, would you like to continue?
Yeah, if I can follow up.
And then Commissioner Payne.
Because
did I confuse you? I'm sorry.
Oh, no, we deal with feelings. We dealt with it in the previous application of does this house feel too big?
Yes.
Okay, and I like the architectural design of what you've done.
Thank you.
But at the moment, it feels too big.
Okay.
And I'm still looking for an answer to my question, is if 7,500 feet felt better to the commission, would you rather have an approval of that or a denial of the 10,000?
Okay, that's something I'd need to ask the applicant to respond.
I think that's important.
If you wouldn't
Maybe
mind.
Wait a minute, what are you doing here? You want to know?
Well, I'm asking because we could debate all night long on something that they don't want. And I'm just trying to get a feel for what they're willing to listen to before we get too far any further down this path.
Well, although just as a point of discussion, I did hear, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Rodriguez, but I did hear you say that you'd be happy to bring anything back.
Well, I mean, that would be their decision as the applicant.
But you did say that.
I might
Yeah, but I'm seeing heads shaking behind him.
Okay.
Let's just ask the applicant.
Okay, excuse me. No, wait a minute. Hang on. Commissioner, wait. I have a couple of things going on here all at the same time. Commissioner O'Donnell, I want to hear from you, but I also would like to have a clarification from staff for just 1 second. And it was a request by Mr. Suda, just so that I don't forget and we don't go too far down the road without hearing it. Would you like to clarify the feet regarding the backup and the parking?
Yeah, the clarification isn't directly related to Commissioner Rice's question.
I know that, but I didn't want to forget
Just a point
this.
of clarification that the applicant stated the required backup distance is 24 feet. In fact, it's 25 feet under the town code. It is correct that they are proposing a 26-foot backup distance.
Thank
so
you.
it's greater than the requirement by 1 foot.
Yes, thank you.
Just didn't want to forget that. I know it's not of consequence to your question. Okay, Commissioner O'Donnell.
This does go to the question, because I'm confused then. One, we don't have the answer yet, and I won't guess what the answer would be. But the problem I have is if you say to an applicant, if you go from 10 to 8, we'll approve it. If you go from 10 to 8, you don't have a conceptual plan anymore. So what you're doing is you're approving square footage, and you don't have a plan. You can't do that. I mean, we're supposed to approve a conceptual plan. You could say, you know, if you went to 8 and you came back, and you had this, this, and this, boy, we sure think we'd approve that. But if you just say, if you agree, you'll come down, what can we tell them? We can say, gee, that's nice, that's great, but I don't know how you say, and I will approve this project I can no longer see. So I'm just wondering if you've thought that process through. Okay.
I wanted to say something too, and I think it's about the viewscape, and I understand, you know, I like the way you designed this building. I do think it's probably, I mean, I was in the backyard of the neighbors, and it was quite daunting from what I could see. And I just don't understand the harm, perhaps, in lessening the square footage and the height somewhat, and although I understand why you want to have some tall elements of it, because it would also not, it would less impact the neighbors. It would also give us back a viewscape. And when you come off of Lark, you will look right into this beautiful building you've designed. But to have the hillsides behind it, framing it, could be oh so nice, and is, I think, what all the commercial design guidelines ask for, the boulevard-specific plans ask for. And I could see that that could be a real jewel and a real positive to this town. It would also help as you're coming from the north, I mean, yeah, from Bascom Avenue down Los Gatos Boulevard. It would do the same thing. So I just don't understand, and I don't think I agree with you, Mr. Rodriguez, when you said that you couldn't be creative with a lesser or a smaller, or I think it was lower in height building. I think you probably could. So those are my thoughts to you, and I don't know if you want to address those, but I'd be happy to hear.
Well, in terms of the height issue, as I mentioned before, I do really agree with what the residents had to say once the story poles went up, and I think that was very positive. Then I also agree with the Commission's comments last time. So this building's been lowered 3 times now. And I do feel that in scale and proportion of other buildings along the boulevard, it's better. It's lower. It's it has more animation, as I said. It clearly has more steps in the building, both in plan and in vertical elevation. So that's why I said I feel comfortable with it. This is a small building compared to other things that are along the boulevard. So in terms of the size of the building, you know, that's something that I would, again, want the applicant to address. You know, that mass, 10,000 feet versus something less.
Right. And one of the reasons you're here tonight is because it is about working together with us in the town, and what we are upholding for everybody that lives here. And frankly, your building and your site will create the model. Basically, it'll be the first one to be erected on these vacant lots that will be all falling.
You have a question?
The question is, so I would, thank you, isn't it?
I've waited years for that.
I know you have. So my question is, I would think that you would want to continue working with us because there are a lot of issues here. Is that true?
I always do. You know that. I mean, having done buildings here since 1978. So I think that I would like the developer to answer that, if you wouldn't mind, about that one question that was asked by Commissioner Wright.
Okay.
If you
Then you
wouldn't
know
mind.
what? I don't mind at all, and I'd be happy to call the applicant back up, the owner.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Madam Chair.
That's Mr. Ayesa. Did I say it right this time? Thank you.
Just a short synopsis of what we've been doing for about the last 9 months since we've owned the property. We've been working very closely with Ken and staff. And just to tell you a story how we started on this, this building was originally, Ken's first pass at this design was 11,700. When we first started on this parcel. So we kept making maneuvers and looking at things in access and traffic and such, and we've scaled it back, not only in size, but in height. And the height was truly a big, story poles. They did tell a story. And we feel like we've met with the neighbors, and we really are not trying to offend anybody. We're just trying to take a commercial piece of property, stay within its guidelines, and build something that we're proud of, okay? And that's really what we're here to do. We feel that Ken Rodriguez is one of the best architects in town. He builds quality. He builds very nice looking, and he's very strategic about the way he goes about his design. So I urge you, we would consider staying. We would not consider reducing the size of the building.
Okay.
To answer your
Thank
question.
you.
And secondly, we would like a vote tonight. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm going to, I forgot to do something, and maybe I wasn't reminded, but I had promised that we would reevaluate where we are on the agenda, since we only go till 11:30, and we would need a motion after that, and it is almost 11:45, right? We will need a motion whether we're going to continue past 11:30. We still have another applicant waiting out there, and I really don't want to take any more of their time. Commissioner O'Donnell?
I think we're at the point where we could close this public hearing. Now I've heard the rebuttal, if I remember correctly, because it's been going on a while. And if that were the case, and we were able, and I think we will be able to make a motion with some dispatch, then it would seem to me we could probably handle at least one more matter. I don't know. My thought was, I'm not in favor of going beyond 11:30.
Right.
On the other hand, I'm also not in favor of having people sit around and find out that we're not going to get to them. So I'm just throwing this out for other people. But if we finished this matter, I mean, I've heard enough. I think where I'm coming from on this matter. If my fellow commissioners feel the same way, we can have a motion and wind this up. That gives us, it'll give us 35 or 40 minutes for the next matter. Maybe that's not long enough. I don't know.
I don't think it is long enough. I believe it was, for the next matter, it was at 45 minutes. Is that correct?
It's, we predicted 1 hour.
Oh, we picked, yeah, okay, it was 1 hour. We have not seen this. Yeah, so I'm sorry, we're going to probably need a motion to, but I'd like to talk to the applicant just a minute. Mr. Davis? Mr. Davis, are you, which one is the applicant? We apologize. You could.
You'd be back at the next meeting, which would be May 9th.
Yes.
The time estimate is no different than what is currently, unless there's a change in the application between now and the next hearing, the time estimate remains the same.
Okay.
We don't know which item would come first at this time. It would be earlier in the agenda. Whether it would be first or not is a different question.
Okay, commissioners, excuse us while we figure this one out.
Well, while we're trying to figure it out, why don't you, you're very close, it sounds like you're very close to making a decision, and it may be a good idea for the commission to start with a motion, if somebody is ready to make a motion.
Okay.
I think it has been closed, hasn't it?
No, I haven't closed it yet. Did we have any more questions of Mr. Rodriguez? He was the last speaker. Okay. Commissioner Kane, do you have a question of someone? Okay, for Mr. Iesa, we're not, Commissioner Kane has a question for you.
Yes, sir.
It's getting late, and I want to be clear on something, up and down votes. What are we saying here? You want approval or denial flat out, or do you want some suggestions for how everyone can live and be well?
We want approval to go to council, is what we're looking for.
I don't want to take up your time then. I don't. You with me?
I'm sorry, I had two people talking to me once.
He said he wants to go to council. Let's vote.
Okay, that's clear. Thank you. I will close the public hearing at this point, and let me just continue with the matter about the continuation. Thank you very much for agreeing to come on May 9th, and we'll see you, number 1, on the agenda.
There's another continued item on May 9th that you continued off this agenda, 20
Right.
South Santa Cruz.
That would be item 2 because it appeared later on this night's agenda, so this would be the first.
Right. Thank you. Thank you very much. The advantage is we've already had a chance to read the plans and the staff report, so you'll be ahead. Okay. All right, Commissioner Machici. I did close the hearing.
I have a question to staff first.
Okay.
You know, this is kind of hypothetical, but I'm just trying to make a point here. If this thing is around 40,000 square feet right now, and if somebody had come in with a plan to change it to residential for a moment, it's conceivable they'd ask for 12,500 feet lots or thereabouts, okay? So it says they could put 3,400 square foot homes on that by FAR, 25 feet high. Is that correct? I'm raising a hypothetical issue here. We got a building here that's 25 feet high,
and
we're
we're
saying
doing
it's too high.
It could be, depending on the zoning. It
The
could
residential
it could be
zoning
higher.
typically calls for 25 feet, though, is that?
It'd be 35
In
feet.
fact, it could be 35, I see.
So
I just want to make that point. You
The
could have
point
10,000
is-
square foot of buildings, all 25 feet high. So I'm trying to
Okay,
make.
thank you. I'm not sure how that relates, but
Yeah,
do you?
I
I
think it
bet you
relates.
do, but I
think it relates very well.
okay. Maybe I wasn't listening. I think that the uses are quite different.
Yeah.
So that's
It's
what I
also
meant
true.
by,
I'm
you know,
going
height,
to the comments.
use, the whole thing. Right. Okay, Commissioner Pinchichi. Commissioner Kane.
I'm ready to make a motion that we, what are the motions? That we deny the plan development application, PD 0605. And I find this highly unusual that we can't try to find a way to negotiate our way out or try to reach some sort of agreement between the parties or come back with a redesign. So I don't know what we're going to say in denial. He wants to go to town council. I'd deny it with prejudice because I'd like to try to make some progress and discuss it and improve it. I don't know what I spent X number of hours studying the case for if it's an implacable black and white. That's my motion.
That's a motion? That cannot be a
It's not-
motion.
Yeah, I
That's a
said-
comment, and I would echo that. I'm very
fix it up,
disappointed in that. We've spent time here. The town council really doesn't care to have denials, and that's why you're in front of us, for us to work it out. We can't make it perfect, but we could work on it. But they do want it, Commissioner O'Donnell, you want to
Any
comment on
applicant
that?
has an absolute right, as far as I'm concerned, to get turned down. And then if they want to appeal it to the town council, there's nothing wrong with that. Now, it's our job, if we're going to turn them down, to say why. We're supposed to help the town council figure out if we turn something down, and there are a lot of reasons here. And believe me, a simple statement that we're going to turn you down isn't going to help anybody. But there's nothing they are not required to negotiate till we're happy. So that's, I think we ought to disabuse ourselves of that motion. They have tried, we continue this, and they're not there. What I'd like to see is if they want an approval or a non-approval. They're not going to get approved tonight, I don't think. Therefore, I think we owe them a motion to deny.
Okay. Well, stated that way, Commissioner O'Donnell, I understand. We'll turn it.
All I'm saying is I would like that motion to be as strong as possible. There are a number of reasons why this might be denied. Has nothing to do with the intransigence of the applicant to negotiate. That is, to me, a wonderful reason to get reversed. I'm suggesting if we have a motion, let's have a motion based on some facts.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Just to remind the Commission, this is a PD application, which means that your decision is a recommendation to the Town Council, which is ultimately charged with the responsibility to approve or deny a rezoning application. If your decision is a recommendation of a denial, then the applicant has to go through the form of requesting a hearing. A hearing would be automatic if your recommendation was to approve, but it still would go to council. And oftentimes it is the form of or the practice of the Commission to, in your comments about whether you will support or not support an application, to express your feelings about the application and to communicate with council about how you perceive the application and why you would make whatever decision you would make on that application.
Yes, you may.
Perhaps my understanding was incorrect. I thought we were supposed to pass a motion as to whether or not we're going to recommend or not recommend.
No, the application is for rezoning. Your decision is a recommendation to council to approve or not to approve. As I understand the motion, which was made and seconded, it was a recommendation for denial of the application, with some explanation by Commissioner Kane regarding his reasons for making the motion. The rest of the
I didn't hear a second.
I believe I did hear a second from Commissioner Machici. Maybe I'm wrong about that. I thought I heard a second.
You know what? Excuse me. I'm going to interrupt. Before we go further, I'd like to have another clarification from the applicant. Mr. Ayasa, would you please come to the mic? Okay. Can we make sure that this is what you want to have happen, or have you changed?
No, if we are not trying to fight in any way. If we need to continue and work on items, we'd like some suggestions. I mean, we're not trying to be hard-nosed here. We just feel like we really have stayed within the guidelines, and we would like to be honored for that. And I think we really have. I mean, I think we have plenty of data and research behind that. And I think is this something we want to continue, or is this something we're looking for recommendations for an approval?
What I would suggest is, if the commission so considered a continuance, if you could be specific on what the items were, just like you did last time, which was very clear, what we might want to study, my recommendation would be for us to do that and then come back before you.
Okay, and Commissioner O'Donnell.
I heard you say some time ago, within the last half hour, I think, that one thing was not negotiable, and that was the size of the building. Is that correct?
I did not say that.
Well, he did. The man standing next to you, I thought, did. Well, let's find out.
Well,
is it your? Wait a minute. The question then will be, if you're going to go back and do some things that we give you direction on, I just want to know, are you willing to reduce the size of the building?
It's a function of how much we're talking. I mean, are we going to be ridiculously under FAR on this site?
We are never ridiculous.
Well,
said with a straight face.
I mean, we're trying to make a bona fide development on this property, and when we start getting into 7,500 to 8,000, 8,500 square feet, it doesn't become a feasible project.
Believe it or not, I'm trying to help you. The point I'm trying to get to is, if the commission feels they would want a significant reduction in the size of the building, it would be fair of you to say, yes, I will consider that, but maybe I won't do it.
Okay.
Or you might say, I'm not going to do that. Either one is.
We would consider it. How's that?
That's very helpful.
Okay.
Thank you. And it would be because we are, we have neighbors that we're also concerned about, the adjacent residential area. It's very unique property in this regard, in that this commercial development is right against that neighborhood. Along the boulevard and other places, it isn't. But this will be a model for how we work, because the next development, which is the Swanson Ford, that will be coming before us at some point, also is adjacent to a neighborhood. So thank you very much. Okay.
Thank you.
And with that, we will give you direction then.
Okay.
All right, commissioners, I think do we have a motion on the floor? And could I have a reminder of what that motion was?
There was a motion made by Commissioner Kane to recommend denial of the project. I thought I heard Commissioner Machichi second it, but I think he said he was about to second it, so perhaps he didn't second it yet.
He did not second it. I didn't hear him either.
So if there is no second, then it could die for lack of a second, and then a new motion can be made.
Okay, and I believe the motion will die for lack of a second. And Commissioner O'Donnell would like to make a motion.
Based on what the applicant just told us, and I will say this, I think the project is too big, but I understand that the applicant is prepared to discuss that. I would recommend, and I think this is what the applicant is agreeing with us on, and I think it's what Mr. Kane wanted to begin with, is to send it back and to talk about it and see if we can come up with a project that will be better for the neighbors. I think it's a wonderful design, and I think Mr. Rodriguez indeed is a wonderful architect. So it isn't that. It's just that this is a tough site. And so if we can negotiate, and you don't feel like we're just delaying you, I would move that we continue it. Now, the question of how, it ought to go to a date certain.
Okay.
We think the date certain ought to be at least 30 days, because this isn't going to be done in a day. So my motion then would be that we continue it to allow for further discussions between staff and the applicant, and bring it back on a date approximately 30 days, which you can tell me what that date is.
That would be May 23rd, but
that agenda currently is
very full.
very
I know it
impacted.
is.
June 13th would be the meeting after that.
How does June 13th, does that work for you? That does? Okay, thank you very much. So June 13th. I'm glad it's not a Friday. Okay. Yes.
Should we say something to the man?
Yes.
Yes. Oh, yes. Well, that's what I thought was going to happen here. You made the motion to,
Oh, I need a second. Did I get a second? I second it. Okay.
Commissioner Kane has seconded. All right. And so what we need are comments, specific comments from our commissioners regarding this project about what we need to be concerned about and the issues. Okay.
Do this first or do it afterwards?
We're going to make the motion.
I think,
Okay.
yeah.
We did make the motion. Yeah. we'll take the
We,
Go ahead, first.
All right, so we're going to hold off on voting till we kind of express some thoughts so you can hear where we're kind of coming from. And I can tell you my opinions are not cast in concrete, but I can also tell you that I think it is a very difficult lot. I think the angle of it has the problems that Mr. Rodriguez talks about on parking, for example. I think the 15-year easement is a lot better than 6 months, but it's not a happy thing. I think your access is a real problem in this this center, and I think that may be influenced by the size of the building. The 10,000 square feet doesn't, in my judgment, give you enough freedom to give yourself a better flow in there. People have suggested loading docks and all these other things. That's not my concern. You can deal with it, but I do think we need more room on that site. Secondly, I think we need better landscaping. I think this problem with Mr. Scott could be easily solved, and from what Mr. Rodriguez said, will be easily solved. So I think that one can be laid to rest. But when you look at the photographs and you see the story poles from the back neighbors, it's a tough situation. So I guess those are my two main concerns. If somebody can figure out how to keep 10,000 square feet and solve that problem, God bless them. I don't see a ready answer, but that's not my business. So those are my comments, and I'll look to my fellow commissioners for their comments.
Okay, Commissioner Matici, and then Commissioner Bourgeois.
I'd like the thoughts from the commissioners on what they mean by big. Do we mean tall, square footage? What is it we mean by big?
Since I'm the first one.
I just like that.
Okay, and I'm going to have,
Each one of us can say that.
Yeah.
I am troubled by the size being the square footage. I am troubled by that because that narrows down your ability to do other things on that lot for access and parking and that kind of thing. But I still am concerned with the height of that building. You know, when I hear that it's smaller than other buildings up and down that street, very frankly, I'm not impressed because the other buildings up and down that street are each unique. A lot of them are inset. A lot of them don't have the neighbor problems this particular lot does. A lot of them aren't located at this very, very tough intersection, which is not an intersection like it is up at the Lenardi's area. So it's interesting to note this is shorter than some of the other buildings on the street, but I don't think that's necessarily convincing. So that's my view on the size, both height and
Square
area.
footage.
Yeah.
So you would want both reduced in order to...
I'm not asking that either be done. I'm just saying...
Well, that's what you're considering big.
Obviously, if somebody
He's saying to look at it, yes.
It's smaller.
Yeah, Commissioner Matici, he's saying to look
I'd like
at
to
it.
hear from the other
Okay.
commissioners on that, too.
And you want us to all comment on that? Do you have a comment on it? Okay.
That's item number one.
Okay, Commissioner Bourgeois.
I'll comment on that, and then I'd like to have an additional comment on the landscaping. I think the changes that have been made to this project have made it a better project from the street, but I think it's made it a worse project from the neighbor's perspective. So I don't really have, I think the design is great. I think it's very interesting. Coming down in height the way you have, I don't have a problem with the height from that facade. I have a problem with the height from the backside. And I think the intensity of use from the square footage is of a concern. When I say size, that's what I'm more concerned with, is the square footage, not the height. To address your, in the motion, your concern about landscaping and screening, I think I'd like to give a little bit more specific guidance, and that is I'd like to see the fingers remain and then add some triangles in, because he's not losing, by adding triangles, he's not losing any parking. So I think that's a win-win. And I know we can't tell him to do it, but I would like to strongly suggest reconsidering the planting in Mr. Scott's yard as well.
Okay, thank you. And Commissioner Rice.
I don't have a problem with the height. I think the applicant may have done themselves a disservice by leaving the poles up as high as they are without cutting off the tops, because I think it appears to the casual observer or somebody who doesn't recognize where they were repainted to show the actual height, you're still seeing this wood sticking way up. So I think that that might address some of the neighbors' concerns. They're not aware of what the real height is. I think the building is excellent in design. I think the big issue is the landscape between this project and the neighbors. And if you can solve that problem, I'm not thrilled with 10,000 square feet. I think that it will be easier to buffer and make the neighbors happy at a smaller scale. I don't know what that is, but I think I was closer to approving this than I was to outright rejecting it. But I think that landscape issue is huge and has to be addressed.
Thank you. Commissioner O'Donnell, we did hear from you, or did you have another comment? We heard from you. Commissioner Kane.
I'm looking at any drawing of the building. Just to make an example, if this was a stealth bomber, I'm looking at the rear tips of the wings. They seem to block off the sidewalk, leave maybe 20, 24 inches. I'm not sure that's handicap safe. I don't know what the standards are, but it looks like you've designed a really tight passage between the street and the building. And that needs to be changed, whether you cut it on a 45-degree angle or move the building back or whatever, but that's got to be wheelchair accessible so that somebody can get all the way around the building. Does staff want to comment on that? Because I'm not a handicap expert, but it just looks like it's driving people into the street.
Why don't we have,
I asked Mr.
well, I know, but what I would like to hurry this along, not hurry it along, it's getting late, and what I would like to do, Mr. Kane, is suggest that
Does
the
code cover
architect
that,
would
though?
know
Does
about.
code cover it?
Well, pardon me?
Does code, does
Yeah,
our town
code
codes
covers
cover
it,
Then
and
what
I
are we
would think that
concerned
this
about?
architect, oh, no, okay.
There's
All
a
right,
condition
Mr.
of
Suda.
approval.
All right, I'm overruled.
There's a condition of approval addressing that, that requires that building to be set back a minimum of 5 feet from the parking lot to accomplish exactly what Mr. Kane is talking about.
Chairperson.
So
Sorry.
And other.
Was that more, Mr. Parsons, was that actually, what did you signal me with 9 fingers
I was just
up?
saying it was condition number 8 in the packet.
Okay,
Thank you.
all right, thank you. All right, you may continue.
Make another erroneous point. To the applicant, I have strong feelings about the one-way. And if you were coming back with us with an application to be successful, you need to be persuasive and convince me why it's going to be safe for that to be a two-way access egress point. You all well know what's going to happen to human beings at that exit point. They're going to shoot across 15 lanes of traffic to get to the light to make the left-hand turn on Lark. They do it now back at Carlton when the traffic backs up. If they do it at Carlton, they're going to do it at your exit point. And I think we maybe need to try to find a way to live with one way in and then 2 ways out over by Home Depot. Or find another solution to that, because I think it's extremely unsafe right now. I had one other additional point I wanted you to consider. Old Town, our section of town called Old Town, wanted to put in entertainment and make changes. And the citizens of Edelin Avenue had concerns about that. And there were tensions and potential conflict. One of the ways we addressed that was to establish a committee for review. So I'm suggesting you think about a committee for review where we get some peace with our neighbors and have a representative from your eventual development and 2 or more representatives from the neighbors that are most impacted, most concerned, so that in the future, if there are issues with parking or noise or whatever A&S or whatever kind of tenants go into those buildings, they don't feel impotent, that they have a committee, that they can talk about making changes and that they can bring it back to the commission or some other appropriate body, the Director of Community Development, to exercise their redress. And then maybe make some, put some oil on these waters, because you really need their support to be totally successful. You truly do. And they need your cooperation for their quality of life to be maintained. So consider a neighborhood committee, please.
Thank you, and Commissioner Matici.
Well, I haven't made my comments yet.
I know you haven't, and that's why I called on you.
I'm going to parrot Mr. Rice to some degree, but not take up a lot of time doing it, in that I was tending towards approval, but I was concerned about the neighbors having that view blocked. Okay, I think they have reduced the building to a size that I have no problem with at all. They might consider getting it down in the back maybe a little bit on the resident side, but other than that, I don't see a problem. I think it looks beautiful from the front, and we should maintain that. So, my general feeling is that I don't think there's an answer for what I heard from the neighbors. I think 8,000 square feet is going to be too big for them. Okay? And I personally believe that. If it stays at 25, and I believe I don't see an issue with them staying at 25. So I have a problem supporting this continuance, and that I think we could give direction, or we couldn't give direction, but I think it's just going to spend another 45 days, and we're not going to get anywhere with it.
Well, okay, I think I'll make some comments now. Thank you, Commissioners, for all of your comments. And I agree with all of them, so I'm not going to reiterate the ones you've said, but I do think that the neighbors are not objecting to this development. They're objecting to the intensity of it and the bulk and the mass. And I know that, given that Mr. Rodriguez is on this project, that he can come up with some ideas creatively to resolve some of those issues. The landscaping, yes, is a giant issue. And what I would like to have happen eventually, or more sooner than not, is to have that landscaping resolved and maybe even started working in that area right away, so that when the main building process and construction starts, that landscaping will have already had a chance to do what it's supposed to do. So I don't really have anything else than that. My neighbor commissioners have said everything that I thought about, and I do think that you can reduce that building somewhat. I'm sorry to lose the view, though. I would like us to come down if we could. Yes, are there any other comments?
Are we going to give direction on the loading zone? We suggest the
I would,
parking.
yes, it would take, we can, to really pay attention to either creating a loading zone, or I'm not even sure what
That
else
was
you could
mentioned
say.
by a couple of people.
Right, it was mentioned by neighbors. We don't, the point is that neighbors, from what I understood, don't want big trucks parking right behind their houses, and I don't blame them, so that the exhaust and the noise is there when trucks are unloading. And
May I
that,
suggest something else, too?
you may suggest something else, Commissioner Pacici.
You know, there may be a compromise on the fingers versus the diamonds, in that we could expand the spaces between the fingers and have diamonds in between those. You might consider doing something like that. That's a good compromise as far as I'm
Okay.
concerned.
I think the applicant has heard that. This
No, we
is
didn't hear that before, and I just said it down.
just now. I meant he just heard that right now. Yes. Commissioner Kane?
We also, on a PD, are able to talk about the use, the size, the type of businesses that would be on the property. If you could give us some idea of what you're looking for, to see if we had room to specify something which might assure the neighbors that we're not going to put in a nightclub. But just give us some ideas on the type of merchant you're looking for, the type of tenant, the use of the space, and we'll give you some broad corridors to operate in within that when we come back and do the PD. What else should we call the motion?
I think do we have another comment? Commissioner O'Donnell?
Well, I just want to comment on this. Anything that requires a conditional use permit, we're going to deal with when you come
Right.
in with it. So I'm not particularly concerned with your speculation on who might rent the place, because you'd be happy to rent it to anybody that was a reasonable tenant. But the next issue is if they need a CUP, we get to review it. So rather than speculate on that kind of stuff, and this is just obviously my opinion, but I want to say that. And I also wanted to say that Commissioner Rice's point was well taken. I may have looked at the height incorrectly. That's why I say I'm not fixed on something. I guess I am more concerned with the lateral extent of the building, but I do think that Commissioner Bourgeois' point, the back of the building is probably the most important thing from the size, only from the standpoint of the vision of the neighbors. So to the extent that I'm heard of saying I'm complaining greatly about the front of the building, I'm open on that. Maybe I'm not viewing that properly.
So it could be a wonderful project, and I think you've heard where we're coming from, and we'll look forward to seeing what you have to address with us. I'd like to call the motion. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? None. Motion carries 6-0. Thank you. Okay, we have no other continued business, and we have no other new business except for possibly commission matters. Very quickly, Commissioner Bourgeois.
I'd like to state just really briefly that Commissioner Rice was nice enough to host Commissioner Sayak and I to discuss for the subcommittee on reviewing staff reports. We took the comments from the commissioners that were compiled by the chair. We looked at staff reports from other towns and cities throughout California. We have some recommendations based on that, and I believe the next step is that Commissioner Sayak and I will meet with the chair to discuss those briefly, and then we'll set up a meeting with staff before we bring anything back to the commission.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your efforts. Okay, commissioners, I would entertain anything else? No, except for me to say, meeting is adjourned. Thank you.